I decided, like I said, to write a story about it. And, around then, I did finally get an offer to buy the car back. So that's what I did. They bought the car back. And then I got worried. I said, well, what's going to happen to the car now? Are you going to resell it to some other poor schmuck out there? And they couldn't quite tell me. And it turned out they are able to resell these cars. Sometimes they're able to fix them, sometimes they're not. They weren't able.
What was it? A steering
defect?
defect? A brake defect? What was going on? You couldn't get yourself driving.
I don't know. Wish I could tell you. The car. What happened was I was driving and it would just shut off.
Oh my God.
Like the power just died, and as you know, with a car, when it goes off, you can't turn the steering wheel because it locks.
So frightening. I was reading this and I was so scared for you.
Thank you. I was scared too. I've got kids, and they were not in the car at the time, but I would, mention them as as much as possible whenever I was trying to get.
What kind of car was it, Chris?
Sort of care about this. It was a Ford Escape plug-in hybrid. I don't mean to say anything about that model in general. It might be a perfectly fine car, but mine wasn't, and they could never replicate the problem, was what they always said.
And when you went to a mechanic and you said, can you fix it, and why isn't it covered under warranty, that just wasn't good enough, right? You didn't get anywhere.
Well, this was more fine print. They said in order to make good on the warranty, we need to be able to replicate the problem so that we can have an official identification of what the problem is.
Give me a break.
They knew it had happened. They had the computer code seeing that something had happened. They couldn't make it happen again on their watch. They said, who knows? This might be a random thing that happens every 6 months. So, when they couldn't replicate it, then they said, well, we just, we're stuck in this holding pattern because of our warranty policy.
That's so crazy. I mean, that's just insane to me that they could refuse to cover you on a warranty when they admit that your car just stops as it's driving. That's just astonishing to me.
I think we all have this idea of a time when companies were a little more responsive to situations like this, where it would have been embarrassing for them to have a problem like this, and they would hasten to fix it. I don't know
too
if that
bad.
actually happened, but in my mind, it used to be like that.
No, it's too bad, Chris, because my daughter happens to have been at an Aspen thing. I don't know what they call it, but they have these institutes once in a while. And she was just there, and she was listening to the CEO of Ford Motor Company, who she thought was fascinating.
Oh.
And there was press walking around, and I'm thinking, if Chris was there, you would have walked right up to this guy, and you would have said, can you comment on my story, please? And by the way, help me with my car.
Yeah.
Right. Right?
Yes,
yeah.
I would have. Sure, of course, yeah.
That's the thing. You got to get FaceTime with the people who make the decisions. It's just really...
yeah. I mean, well, like I said, I think that is your best bet, and that infuriates me because the people who have the time to make that happen, or to write the letters, who even know to write the letters, who have, are able to take an hour off work to wait on hold or whatever, who do you think gets to do that? It's the people with the resources to do that. So if you have a job that doesn't let you take a break to make these phone calls or write those letters.
Yeah, I don't.
Or you don't.
I'm busy all day long, morning to night. And every time I turn around, it's past 5 o'clock and it's closed. No, I have this with a lot of different things. I have this with regular insurance. I have an issue. My long-term care policy, MetLife, is charging me double the premium they're supposed to charge me. But I'm a frankly busy working person. Every time I turn around and call them, I can't. You know what? This happened to me 2 weeks ago. I called. They dropped the call. I tried to call back, then I got distracted because I had work to do, and the day went by, and it was after 5 o'clock. P.S., it's 2 weeks later, and they're still charging me double than what my policy allows, because at a certain age, my premiums were supposed to go to 50% on MetLife, and they're charging me the whole premium. It's a lot of money, and they're not honoring the policy. And now it's incumbent upon me to tell them to honor the policy, and I can't find them.
Yep. Lisa, they are counting on you eventually saying, screw it. I'll just
No, I'm not going to screw it. It's too much money. Screw them. I'm not going to screw it.
I'm glad.
Too much ridiculous. Chris Collin, can you keep up the good work on this? I really think this is important. I think it's the kind of thing that Americans, when they really understand that this is deliberate, we are not going to put up with this. And maybe the answer needs to be, and it's interesting because the person who told me about containment just said to me, and he's not doing this work anymore, he said to me, maybe we need to have some federal legislation on this. And I was thinking, we have a patient's Bill of Rights. We have airline passengers' Bill of Rights. We have things now in an emerging world where we shorten our wait times and we insist that these companies have not been able to respond to us in a way that we're entitled to. And we've made legislation insisting that they do. And I think that this is the kind of thing that might be ripe for that. I do.
I think we are creeping in that direction. I'm going to tell you a depressing thing. I have to say this. The one thing I heard is that what would make this better is that if all of us as consumers, as customers, would be a little more disciplined about punishing the bad companies. And what they say in the industry is, hey, I could name an airline now that we all kind of hate because it's so crappy. As much as we complain about it, the people who hate that airline most fly it almost as much as people who like it.
But that's because they don't have much of a choice in terms of routes. We only have 5 airlines now, pretty much, that have sopped up all the routes. So what do you want people to do?
That's true. But even, Walmart, for example, there are a lot of companies where, we might say, never shopping there again, even if we do have an alternative. But they dangle a discount in front of us and we go, okay, all right, I'll be back.
Oh, I see what you mean.
If we were to get organized, it would have a little bit of impact too. But I agree, legislation is
I think that's the direction. We're going to have to insist on this. Chris Collin, thank you so much for joining us. Your piece in The Atlantic is well worth reading. Subscribe or make it your free article when you occasionally see something on your feed that lets you have one free one every month or so. It's worth reading. Chris Collin on The Lisa Wexler Show. Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Thanks, Lisa.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny through this afternoon with a high in the mid-80s. Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog and a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's July 2nd. On this day in 1947, an unidentified object crashed near Roswell, New Mexico, sparking the existence of extraterrestrial life. In 1997, Dolly the sheep was born, the first cloned sheep.
On an ordinary farm in Scotland, a clone was created.
In 2005, the biggest music stars came together for Live Aid, a worldwide concert featuring Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder. July 2nd.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Sean Diddy Combs was convicted of prostitution-related offenses today, but acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering, charges that could have put him behind bars for life. Now the judge will decide whether to keep him in jail while he awaits sentencing. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
The prosecution is absolutely gunning for the max here. But Sean Combs also, when that verdict came in, he turned around to his family and he mouthed to them, "I'm coming home."
Legal analyst Laurie Levinson on why things went the way they did.
The prosecution had overcharged the case, and that made the jury a bit suspicious, and the jury focused their verdict only where there really was strong proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
The jury deliberated just 13 and a half hours. Republican leaders in the House are pushing ahead with President Trump's tax and spending cuts package, despite concerns concerns in their own party. Correspondent Nicole Killian on the race to meet Trump's July 4th deadline.
Some members of the House Freedom Caucus, as well as some of those moderate members, are expected to meet at the White House today. So the White House insists that it is working the phones and doing all it can to try to assuage lawmakers' concerns.
Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty today to killing 4 University of Idaho students in 2022.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
CBS's Carter Evans.
The terms of the plea deal are that he's basically going to get life in prison, and it would be 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He would also not have the option to appeal.
The family of one of the murdered students is angry about the plea deal, saying there was no jury and no justice. Relatives also hope to hear a motive in the trial. Ukraine says it's ready to buy or rent air defense systems after U.S. aid was paused. The Trump administration is citing concerns over stockpiles. That's increased pressure on Europe to fill the gaps. French President Macron spoke to Russia's president yesterday. It was their first call in 3 years. Another long-treasured American company is finding itself strapped financially, as Jim Krasula reports.
The Del Monte Foods Company has filed for bankruptcy protection. The 139-year-old company is best known for its canned fruits and vegetables.
Del Monte vegetables are picked and packed the same day to seal in nutrition.
The California-based company that's now foreign-owned has seen its sales slide as U.S. consumers look for healthier and cheaper products. Del Monte says it will continue to operate as normal despite its financial troubles.
On Wall Street, stocks are mixed again today. The Dow Jones Industrial is currently down more than 70 points. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CAR for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CAR for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CAR.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Yesterday, Bridgeport announced that Pleasure Beach has been closed for the season due to the large number of ticks that have been found. Among the numerous tick species was the Asian longhorn tick, an invasive species which, according to Jessica Snyder from Partners in Lyme, can carry a variety of different diseases aside from Lyme disease.
The beaches are really a danger zone for us. The Asian longhorn tick was spotted in Fairfield on the beaches. Those ticks bring particular syndromes or diseases that we also need to be aware of.
The city is currently treating Pleasure Beach and is hopeful it can reopen for the summer of 2026. And closing arguments are set for tomorrow in the murder trial of Raul Valley in Milford Superior Court. The 20-year-old Valley was 16 years old when prosecutors say he stabbed Fairfield prep student James McGrath to death outside a house party in Shelton in May of 2022. Valley testified in his own defense over the last 2 days.
At the time, I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed or when they got stabbed.
You're the one who was responsible for those stab wounds, correct?
I don't know. I guess so, yes.
Yesterday, Valley admitted under cross-examination that he stabbed the victims while trying to defend himself during a wild brawl.
And I reached in my pocket and grabbed the knife.
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
Closing arguments and the jury charge are tomorrow, with deliberations then expected to begin. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway, northbound construction, exits 46 through 48. Southbound, you have it through No Man's Land into exit 42. On 95 south, construction, exit 33 down to 30. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound side, it starts at exit 55, goes up to Route 34. Southbound, you have it from the tunnel back to Route 34. On Route 8 northbound, roadwork starts at exit 15. Southbound, you have it from exit 21 down to 18. Left lane is out. And 91 north and southbound construction between exit 2 and exit 8. Stay to the right to get around it. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening, 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, the high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So what the political world saw last week, a week ago this past Tuesday in New York, is that coming to Connecticut here? And I know I've started out talking about this days and days and weeks ago, saying, Ned Lamont's fine. You know, we had the middle of the road, the moderate Dems. They've even appeared on this show, and they've said, hey, no, we like Ned Lamont, but, you know, we want to keep our brethren in the party happy, so we have to have a wide tent here. I don't know. I'm starting to think, honestly, that you could see a replay of what happened in New York. You could see it here. You could see, I honestly think, the far left wing of the Democratic Party put on their working boots, get their hammers and sickles out. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. And maybe defeat Ned Lamont. I honestly think so. Now, our pal, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media, he's going to be on later today. Dan wrote a great story about that, talking about some high-ranking Democrats. But I ran across this. And are we starting to see a real blowback to the fact that Ned Lamont is a centrist, and maybe being a centrist Democrat in this state, maybe that just doesn't work. Maybe, honestly, maybe it just doesn't work. Story here, my pal Paul Bass's side, the New Haven Independent, they talk again about this veto that Governor Ned Lamont did with this housing bill. Now, having said that, you would have thought, and forgive me with this language here, but this is the only way I can categorize this, you would think that Ned Lamont nailed Jesus H. Christ to the cross again with this housing bill veto. The Democrats in this state, this is their war cry now, the housing bill. They are treating this veto by the governor here as the end of the world, which it's not. And the governor said he wants a bill like this. He just wants, as he said, he wants a better bill. But my God, some of the stuff you're reading, like this here in the New Haven Independent, veto prompts intra-party fury. So they have a sitting governor, the Democrats do in a blue state, and they're not happy because a couple of bills, he said, one, he didn't like the, paying striking workers unemployment. He said, no, that kills jobs. And the other one, he said, well, he wants a housing bill, but we need to make it a better one. But you would think that it is, he just killed someone, for God's sake. And this is a story by my friend Paul Bass in the New Haven Independent. It starts out, I just want to give you a couple of paragraphs here. One sentence, 17 words. Apparently, New Haven Democratic State Rep Roland Lamar, who's a very, 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 very progressive guy, You know what he wrote about the governor here? And I guess Paul found this. One sentence, 17 words, and he put this, I guess, on social media. Listen to this. This is what the governor's own party is saying about him because he's not enough of a leftist kook. Because he said, listen, I don't like this bill. A lot of mayors, a lot of first select women don't like this. They say, hey, we got to do better here. Roland Lamar, who's been up there forever, he's another one of these guys that is serving his 37th term in Hartford, whatever. He puts, quote, at the end of the day, he really is just the governor of Greenwich and associated lands. Oh. Folks, do you understand what's going on here? This is a sitting Democratic governor in a blue state, and he's getting torched. He's getting viscerally pounded rhetorically by some of his own party members because this housing bill was like communion to them, and the governor just tossed it all on the floor. Even though he says we're coming back in a special session to, try and end up doing this better. But a guy like Roland Lamar says at the end of the day, he really is just the governor of Greenwich and associated lands. Oh, my God. They're looking to put the political shiv in Ned Lamont's back. Lamar's represented New Haven's 96th General Assembly District for 15 years. There you go. Another guy in his 8th term in Hartford sees the world only through his lenses. He was among the Democrats who felt betrayed so much that he took to Facebook to not just disagree, but to question the very mission of the governor of his own party. Oh, my God, it's a freaking soap opera with these people. Relax. Ned Lamont didn't kill your puppy. He didn't take his ball and go home. He vetoed a bill that, he was for before he was against it. That's his prerogative. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So what happens? You tell me. And here's my question to start the day. This unending temper tantrum from the Democrats in the General Assembly is not over. I mean, even though the governor said, hey, we're going to get back together and do this bill, they're crying, they're stomping their feet, they're banging their heads on the wall because he didn't like the bill. Oh, my God, you people. Relax. Act like adults. Should Connecticut Democrats be worried about Governor Lamont possibly losing a primary to a left-leaning progressive challenger? That's my question. What do you think? Is the far left of this party going to stomp their feet, yell and cry, guys like Roland Lamar, Martin Looney, Bob Duff, Matt Ritter, Julie Kushner, are they going to continue to act like petulant little children because how dare the governor use his executive authority and say this bill sucks? Let's make a better one together. Are they going to hound him out of a run again and hand the governorship to Ryan Fazio? To Aaron Stewart? They could, and I'll tell you why that might happen straight ahead. But you let me know, should the Connecticut Democrats be worried about Governor Ned Lamont possibly losing a primary to a left-leaning progressive challenger? Is that, what do you think? Is that secretly what the Democrats want? Is Ned Lamont, Governor Ned Lamont, who has done just about everything for organized labor, for the abortion crowd, for the anti-gun crowd, do they, you tell me, do they want him out?
Your schedule may change in the summer, but WICC still has all the latest local news and our full lineup of talk you need every day. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, The Download, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, plus live local news updates at the top and bottom of the hour, along with traffic and weather. We're live and local and here for you every day on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Fish On, announcing the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. Now in its 43rd year. Fish Long Island Sound August 23rd and 24th. Land the heaviest blue and win $25,000. Fish to win and fish for fun. Just pick up a registration form at the Surfside Hotel in Stratford or go to bluefishtournament.com. Thanks to the Water Doctor and Bridgeport Harbor Marina, the Surfside Hotel in Stratford, Connecticut's favorite beach hotel. The beach is calling and you must go. TheSurfside.com.
Hi, it's me, Flo. Here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
There's always a reason to visit Gusto Trattoria in Milford. The brand new outdoor pavilion is open. Come dine al fresco in this beautiful and spacious outdoor area, complete with fireplace and full bar. Live music is back Fridays at 7 and Sundays at 4. Plus, book your next special occasion at Gusto and select from one of the many private room choices. Modern and classic Italian dishes, a glass of rosé, outdoor dining, and music. It's all at Gusto Trattoria, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound construction, exits 46 through 48. Southbound, you have it through No Man's Land into exit 42. On 95 south, construction, exit 33 down to 30. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound side, it starts at exit 55, goes up to Route 34. Southbound, you have it from the tunnel back to Route 34. On Route 8 northbound, roadwork starts at exit 15. Southbound, you have it from exit 21 down to 18. Left lane is out. And 91 north and southbound construction between exit 2 and exit 8. Stay to the right to get around it. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening, 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He's here every afternoon to give it to you straight. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So are we witnessing the turning of the Connecticut Democratic Party here? Because think about this brawl that's going on here, and you got to read this story if you have online access. Go to the New Haven Independent, my buddy, my pal from long ago. Another radio station, Paul Bass, runs a great micro site here, the New Haven Independent. Veto prompts intra-party fury here. talking about a comment from longtime New Haven Democratic State Rep Roland Lamar. Here's what he said about his boss. He's not saying this. Listen to this. Roland Lamar's not saying this about Ryan Fazio, our friend from Greenwich, who may run on the Republican side. He says, quote, at the end of the day, he really is just the governor of Greenwich and associated lands. My God. Is everybody throwing a temper tantrum because of this freaking housing bill? What, did Ned Lamont kill your little puppy? Oh, that's okay. He'll get you another one. Oh, my God, shut up. I mean, it's so bad. We had Kerry Wood on yesterday from Weathersfield and Rocky Hill. She's getting together with she did signing her and about 25 other, 24 or so other Democratic state reps, putting out a statement saying, hey, this guy's been a solid governor and people like him. Is this the disconnect with the Democratic Party? Because Ned Lamont is not a screaming leftist? They want to trash the guy? Rumblings now that according to Daily Ructions, Kevin Rennie, that his lieutenant governor's people are trying to shank him in the back? My God, and the guy's got well over 50% approval. Is this how psychotic the modern-day Connecticut Democratic Party is? Seriously, you tell me, you Connecticut Democrats out there, why is your party trying to shank a governor that has really solid numbers? Why is that? You tell me. Is your party going all Mom Donnie here? Is this Zoran fever? It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. You leftists out there. You got a guy that's got well over 50% approval. If he wants a third run, he can finally have it. I guess he's not enough of a leftist for you. Jeez. Bill O'Neill is spinning in his grave. So is Ella Grasso. Juan in Bridgeport's here. Hello, Juan. How are you?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm all right, Juan. What do you got?
Listen, I wanted to talk to you about an experience that I had today. I'm 77 years old.
Yeah.
I'm a resident of Bridgeport. I'm an American.
Okay.
And I went to the recycling place to take my plastics that I bought there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the recycling place. Yeah.
They have a big sign out there.
Yeah.
That says code. Let's see the code. I'm going to show you the code.
Yeah. It's got a code. All right.
They have a code in there and everything signed by Mr. Lamont. Governor Lamont.
Yeah.
Guy Martin and Looney.
Yeah.
Code 7288.
Yeah.
That authorizes employees they have there. They're not law enforcers. They're not enforcement. They're none of that. They come to you with a telephone in their hand.
Yeah.
That has a camera, and they ask you for your ID.
Yeah.
And you have to provide the ID in order to redeem your badge.
Oh, okay, Juan, I know why this is happening. You want to know why this is happening? Juan, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, here's why this is happening. This is my best guess, Juan. Because Connecticut's rate, what is it, 10 cents a bottle now or something like that? Is that what it is? Okay. Other states don't do 10 cents, Juan. So what's happening here is you're getting people from other states who are coming to Connecticut and redeeming their recyclables from out of state, and they're taking advantage of our redeemables law.
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's why they asked for ID, I think, like, where do you live? In other words, they want to make sure, Juan, I believe, make sure you're not coming in from another state.
Yes, I understand all that, but wouldn't it be kind of a bad idea that I have a half a bag of bottles, about 100 bottles.
Okay.
Would I come from New York, Massachusetts, or any other state to redeem them here? Because I'm going to earn 5 cents on everybody.
Well, maybe, Juan, they're thinking, and I know you wouldn't do this, sir, but maybe they're thinking, hey, they may be onto us, so they're only going to bring in a few at a time. You know what I mean? Like they'll leave they'll leave a bigger bag in their car, right? And only do a few at a time. Maybe they thought you were one of those guys.
Yeah, but that's not right. Another thing.
Yeah.
They're blocking. They are voluntarily blocking 2 handicap parking spots.
What do you mean voluntary? In other words, it's...
They're depriving us of our, being elders.
Yeah?
Parking there.
Did you call the police? They're not supposed to do that.
No, they didn't call the police.
No, you should. You know what I'm saying? In other words, if those spots, Juan, I don't think are ever supposed to be blocked by state law or city law.
I asked.
Yeah.
And I asked for them to speak with the manager.
Yeah.
The manager, the quote-unquote, because I don't think she was the manager.
Okay.
She said to me, read the sign out there.
Yeah. Ooh.
You should know how to read. You see the sign? I said, yeah, but I didn't see anything about the parking, handicap parking spot.
Yeah.
And she says, well, that's the law. And I said, first of all, you're violating my First Amendment rights because you're asking me for an ID, which you're not a law enforcer. And secondly, because somebody out there, you sent somebody out to the parking lot to see my ID. Yeah. They have a phone in their hand. They have a camera.
Wow.
That's an easy way to steal your personal identity.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. Well, Juan, listen, I do have to run, sir, and thank you for the call. Here's what I would suggest, Juan. Here's what I would suggest, and anybody else out there, if anything like this happens, and Juan, I can understand some of this didn't feel right. When in doubt, just call the police or call City Hall or say, hey, or call the corporate parent company of wherever you were, sir, where this happened. Make enough phone calls or have, somebody assist you in doing it or whatever, and maybe we can get to the bottom of this. Now, I'm thinking the reason they asked for ID, I'm thinking is because of people taking advantage of our law, but I could be wrong. But Juan, do me a favor, keep checking into this, call me back. And again, when all else fails, call City Hall, tell them you call the radio station, call the police, and let me know what happens. All right, Juan, thank you. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound construction, exits 46 through 48. Southbound, you have it through No Man's Land into exit 42. On 95 south, construction, exit 33 down to 30. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound side, it starts at exit 55, goes up to Route 34. Southbound, you have it from the tunnel back to Route 34. On Route 8 northbound, road work starts at exit 15. Southbound, you have it from exit 21 down to 18. Left lane is out. And 91 north and southbound construction between exit 2 and exit 8. State the right to get around it. Traffic report is powered by Kitchen Corner. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and grilling essentials. Offering expert knife sharpening, 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, the high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit courtesycarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. Music mogul Sean Diddy Combs was convicted of prostitution-related offenses today, but acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering. CBS's Katrina Kaufman was in the courtroom.
The prosecution is absolutely gunning for the max here. But Sean Combs also, when that verdict came in, he turned around to his family and he mouthed to them, "I'm coming home."
Legal analyst Jessica Levinson on whether the judge will release Combs as he awaits sentencing.
What's the judge going to consider? Very briefly, aggravating and mitigating factors. Is this a first-time offense? Yes. And the judge will essentially decide what is in the interest of justice.
Legal contributor Caroline Polisi on the likely sentence.
Given his prior history, he doesn't have any prior convictions. He could get away with time served, even a couple of years. I mean, this is one of the best possible outcomes that they could have hoped for.
CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A death in Stamford is under investigation. Police responded to Avery Street and Cove Road shortly before 2 p.m. yesterday for a man passed out inside a vehicle. A local resident, 43-year-old Mark Pagetri, was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Stamford Police Crimes Against Persons Squad C. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber underwent surgery to remove a brain tumor after a recent diagnosis. Gerber's team tells WICC that he is recovering and in good spirits. More testing is anticipated in the coming days, and his return to the office is still unclear. Currently, Selectman Christine Vitale is serving as acting First Selectman until Gerber's return. A Fairfield psychiatrist is accused of sexually assaulting a patient. Police say Dr. Lazaro Pomeraniec of Westport is charged with fourth-degree sexual assault. The charge is reportedly in connection with an incident that happened involving one of his patients. Pomeraniec is free after posting a $25,000 bond. An elderly Bridgeport resident has died in a single-car crash in Stratford. Police say the unidentified 75-year-old driver crashed yesterday morning in the area of Ferry Boulevard and Barnum Avenue cutoff. The driver was rushed to Bridgeport Hospital, but they did not survive. Stratford police are trying to determine what caused the crash. Yesterday, Bridgeport announced that Pleasure Beach has been closed for the season due to the large number of ticks that have been found. Among the numerous tick species was the Asian longhorn tick, an invasive species which, according to Jessica Snyder from Partners in Lyme, can carry a variety of different diseases aside from Lyme disease.
The beaches are really a danger zone for us. The Asian longhorn tick was spotted in Fairfield on the beaches. Those ticks bring particular syndromes or diseases that we also need to be aware of.
The city is currently treating Pleasure Beach and is hopeful that it can reopen for the summer of 2026. A new law in Connecticut will now require all newborn babies in the state to be screened for congenital cytomegalovirus. The virus is the number one cause of non-genetic deafness and other major disabilities. State Department of Public Health Commissioner Manisha Juthani spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about why this screening is so critical.
Being able to identify those young children right up front, you can then determine, is an antiviral necessary or not? Some of that we don't know right now. That's what we're going to be relying on pediatric infectious disease experts to help inform.
And Connecticut's U.S. senators were both no votes on President Trump's big, beautiful bill, and both have taken to social media to express their outrage.
I am shaking with fury over what just happened.
I'm angry. In fact, I'm furious.
Senator Chris Murphy says it's the most monstrous, immoral piece of legislation he has ever voted on in the Senate.
This bill kicks 17 million people off of their health care. There are going to be thousands of people who die in this country because they lose their access to health care.
The 50-50 tie was broken by Vice President J.D. Vance. Murphy says one single Republican senator could have stopped this abomination, saving millions of parents from watching their children go hungry. Senator Richard Blumenthal says it should be called the big blatant betrayal and will cause enduring hardship to millions of Americans.
We will work as hard and long as possible to make sure every single member of the United States Senate who voted for this big blatant is held accountable.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound construction, exits 46 through 48. Southbound, you have it through No Man's Land into exit 42. On 95 south, construction, exit 33 down to 30. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound side, it starts at exit 55, goes up to Route 34. Southbound, you have it from the tunnel back to Route 34. On Route 8 northbound, roadwork starts at exit 15. Southbound, you have it from exit 21 down to 18. Left lane is out. And 91 north and southbound, construction between exit 2 and exit 8. State the right to get around. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So is a big chunk of the Connecticut Democratic Party looking for its own Zohran Mamdani? Do they want a guy like that running for governor next year? I'm dead serious about this. Because, look, a couple of weeks ago, before Mamdani won and before everybody was agog about him, and everybody was saying, hey, if Ned Lamont wants a third term, then, yeah, he's probably going to win. Now I'm not so sure. No, seriously, I'm not so sure. Because you have the incessant and constant and non-relenting bitching and moaning about this housing bill. It's like Ned Lamont killed somebody's puppy. Ned Lamont doesn't impress me as a guy that would harm a puppy. But did he change his mind on a housing bill? Yeah, he did. Big deal. He didn't kill anybody. Make the bill better, like he said. See, this is the problem. The entrenched Democrats don't want to be told by their boss, you got to make this better, because they're used to being judge, jury, and executioner in Hartford, and suddenly they're guys like Martin Looney and Bob Duff and Julie Kushner and Matt Ritter and Jason Rojas. They're all looking at each other going, who does this guy think he is? Well, he is your boss. He is the titular head of your party. And here we have the latest bit of a tantrum from a long-time, entrenched, never challenged Democrat state rep in Hartford, State Rep Roland Lamar of New Haven, who put a few days ago, back on the 23rd, at the end of the day, he, meaning Governor Ned Lamont, is just the governor of Greenwich and associated lands. Man, did anybody ever dump on Dan Malloy this way from his own party? Did any Republican dump on John Rowland from his own party? or Jody Rell or Tom Meskel or Bill O'Neill or Ella Grasso? No. But now, because I guess the Democratic Party, the once proud Democratic Party, has reverted to what name-calling aimed at its own governor. What are we, in a parallel universe of lunacy here? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And maybe does this help the Republican Party in the state next year? Because if you still have Democrats sniping at each other, if you have Josh Elliott or Saud Anwar or Roland Lamar or Martin Looney, he's been up there, 30-something years now, sniping how progressive somebody is or isn't, doesn't this open the door for a couple of fresh new faces on the Republican side? Maybe Ryan Fazio in Greenwich? Maybe Aaron Stewart in New Britain? Might the state of Connecticut look at Ryan and Aaron, two very, youngish people, fresh faces, and then take a look at the old fossils on the Democratic side and say, no, no. Can we do better than this? I don't know. You tell me. Question I picked to start off the show today, I think is a valid one. Should Democrats in the state be worried about the governor losing a primary to a left-leaning progressive challenger? I mean, think about it if that happened. If it is Josh Elliott or somebody, and then the Republicans look like do the Republicans then look like the adults in the room? And then, of course, if that were to happen, you know what you'd hear? Trump, Trump, Trump. And by the way, Trump. And did we tell you Trump? And Trump, Trump, Trump. Like this makes a difference in Connecticut. This implosion here, now it hasn't happened yet. And maybe it's not going to happen. But this just fascinates me. And it's frightening because, and I'll tell you why it's frightening. No matter what poll you look at, and they all tend to say about the same thing. Governor Lamont is above 50%. Now, it's a blue state. I get it. I understand it. But here's a guy who's above 50%, in some polls at or above 60%. And his own party is screaming at him. Seriously, in what universe does a political party scream at its leader? This is how screwed up things are in Connecticut. This is how bad the Connecticut Democratic Party is. Yeah, I know. They hold all the power, but you know what? Sheep. That's all I'll say. Sheep. But seriously, they talk about Ned Lamont like he's down 20 points in the polls, and the guy, as our guest yesterday said, Kerry Wood, he has a broad base of support throughout the entire state, meaning a lot of people who may not be card-carrying or card-voting Democrats like the guy. But again, to his own party, he's not a left-winger enough. It's mind-numbing. Is the Connecticut Democratic Party about to crack up? Seriously. Are they about to bring onto themselves their own crack up? Because the governor dared to say, hey, you know what? On second thought, I don't like this housing bill. Let's do something different. Oh, my God. He's taking his ball and he's going home. No, he's not. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And the organized labor knuckleheads. There are other ones, too. Well, what's wrong with him? He won't pay strikers who voluntarily walk off the job. And they're still yelling about it. When did the Connecticut Democratic Party become the party of crazy?
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Are you getting what you need to stay independent? MyPlaceCT.org can connect you to resources to help you remain at home. If you're an older adult or a person with a disability, you'll find services and supports for everything from health insurance, in-home care, assistive technology, and more. Small supports really can add up to a big difference in life. See how at myplacect.org. That's myplacect.org.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound construction, exits 46 through 48. Southbound, you have it through No Man's Land into exit 42. On 95 south, construction, exit 33 down to 30. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound side, it starts at exit 55, goes up to Route 34. Southbound, you have it from the tunnel back to Route 34. On Route 8 northbound, roadwork starts at exit 15. Southbound, you have it from exit 21 down to 18. Left lane is out. And 91 north and southbound construction between exit 2 and exit 8. Stay to the right to get around it. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, the high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
A place where you can complain freely. In fact, we encourage it. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9 and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And again, I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that the state Democratic Party's caucus in the House or Senate cannot have a disagreement with the governor. That's healthy. I'm in no way, shape, or form saying that. But there's a difference between a quantitative or qualitative disagreement with, by the way, your boss, who happens to be the governor of the state, and acting like children. Enough of the crying about the housing bill. He said we're going to do it over. Now, maybe their feelings are hurt. Oh, my God, we spent so many hours on it. You know what? To all you House and Senate Democrats who are mad about this, you know what? Suck it up. You get paid $45,000 a year for about 3 to 5 months' work. Suck it up. Stop embarrassing the guy. And another thing, it's one thing if they're bitching and moaning about their boss and the guy's got a 35% approval rating. He's between 52 and 62%. Every poll. You know what I think they're worried about? I think they're worried about the fact that people in the state like the governor more than they like them. And I'm telling you, this is all starting to come together. You have bitching and crying and moaning by the leftists in the Democratic Party, and you've got two young, attractive candidates, possibly in Aaron Stewart, New Britain, Ryan Fazio in Greenwich. You've got Jen Tooker in Westport, who also has been a successful local administrator, local city or town leader. Suddenly, the Democrats in the House and the Senate, they look like, activity day at the asylum. Jeez. Oh, my God, the governor won't sign the bill. Yeah, he won't. So, grow up. Stop acting like a 6-year-old. Anne-Marie in Stratford's here. Anne-Marie, how are you? Hi.
Okay, how are you?
Good.
Okay. Well, I'm a Democrat,
Yeah.
but you're a Republican.
Yeah.
But we try to work with people
Yeah.
on the other side,
Yeah.
so to speak. But anyway, I feel if there are people actually insulting someone at the head of their own party, they need to go.
Well, thank you.
They need to go. No, really. They really do. Because that's like if you're in a company, let's take it out of politics.
Sure.
And you have a CEO or whatnot, and you say, you know what? He's whatever. How long do you think you'd be there?
Pack your bag. Yeah, clean. You know what happened, Anne-Marie? Somebody's gonna come up with from HR with a box, right, and say, clean your desk. Put your stuff in there.
I hate to say in the real world, but in the real world, you know, and it never used to be like this. Overall, there's a lot of disrespect in all politics.
Yeah,
and talking national, local.
Yeah.
It's because I think people feel too powerful. And that's a problem.
I think, Anne-Marie, you did have this years ago, but the yelling and screaming was done behind closed doors. And it was done that way because you could cry and bitch and moan all you want. It's like a successful sports team. They have meetings behind closed doors. They send the reporters out of the locker room and they clear the air. So the inference is there that there's disagreement, but you don't trash anybody publicly.
No, just like when I hate to say Nixon, bring him up from so many decades ago.
Yeah.
But when there was trouble with the Watergate issue, people in his party went to him and said, look,
it's over.
You better resign. It's over.
Yeah.
And they weren't afraid to do that.
Yeah.
And they did it behind closed doors, and, that was it. But you never heard of this. It's like fighting with your wife in the street, so to speak. You fight behind closed doors. You have an argument about the check or the money or the groceries.
Yeah.
You don't bring it out in the middle of this road for everybody to see.
Yeah.
And I think they should go, honestly.
Yeah. Anne-Marie, thank you. Appreciate the call as always. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Appreciate it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with disagreement in politics, but, man, this guy who's been in now, I think the problem is with Roland Lamar and a lot of people like that, like Martin Looney and Bob Duff, I think they feel empowered because they've been there longer than governors have been there. And again, I understand governors are well, no, they're not term limited in the state. What was I going to say? So, look, Lamar's been there, what did it say in the Independent here, 15 years? And Ned Lamont is finishing out, year number 8. So this is the problem. You get with these entrenched lawmakers, particularly in the Democratic leadership in this state. You get reelected like a lot of the big city lawmakers, Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, over and over and over and over and over. And it's like I've always said, I'll bet you get a scenario where a bunch of these legislators, especially on the Democratic side, go to a governor and say, sir, you're only in your first or second term up here. We've been up here for 30 years. I mean, you don't think that Bob Duff and Martin Looney and Gary Winfield and those people that keep getting elected over and over and over again, you don't think that gives them in some sense a swelled head? And I'd say that about Republicans, too. There are a lot of long-running Republicans there. You don't think that they should fight off the old, swelled head thing into thinking that, their you-know-what doesn't stink, as my grandmother used to say? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Are we watching at least the beginnings of a state Democratic Party crack up here? Should the Dems, I'm asking this on Facebook, facebook.com/voice of CT. Should the Dems now be worried about the governor possibly losing a primary to a left-leaning progressive challenger? A couple, 3 weeks ago before Mamdani fever broke out there in New York, I would have said, no way. All my guests were saying, no way, not going to happen. Now, all of a sudden, wow. And you have to think that the Republican caucus in Hartford is saying, yes, this is good. This is good. Keep arguing. We'll keep our mouths shut here while you guys torture yourself. Now, I don't think it's going to end up that way. But having said that, and I know it would be tough to force a convention and to get on a primary ballot. I know that. The powers that be in Hartford would do their level best to make sure they would let me tell you something. The Democratic power base in this state, if anybody, whether it's Saud Anwar or whether it's Representative Elliott, Mr. Elliott from Hamden, or whomever to do it, I can think of 2 or 3 off the top of my head that would do that. You don't think they would be at least attempted to be politically kneecapped? Not physically, of course. We don't condone that. But you know what I mean from a political point of view. And, you've got Republicans now waiting in the wings, hopefully, and I hope whomever the nominee may be, Maybe it's another legislator. Maybe it's Jen Tooker. Maybe it's Aaron Stewart. Maybe it's Ryan Fazio. Hopefully they can walk in there and say, you know what, we're the adults in the room. That's what I would suggest that to my friends who I know are listening in Hartford right now. Hey, guys, possible slogan, so-and-so 2026. The adults will be in the room. And we won't tax you till you pass out or nickel or dime you. Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway, northbound construction, exits 46 through 48. Southbound, you have it through No Man's Land into exit 42. On 95 south, construction, exit 33 down to 30. On the Wilbur Cross, northbound side, it starts at exit 55, goes up to Route 34. Southbound, you have it from the tunnel back to Route 34. On Route 8 northbound, roadwork starts at exit 15. Southbound, you have it from exit 21 down to 18. Left lane is out. And 91 north and southbound, construction between exit 2 and exit 8. Stay to the right to get around it. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And if you want to get through to us, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC talk or text. A lot of people do text me in the afternoon. They'd rather make their point and maybe not go on the radio because, whatever. We can't scramble your voice here. I want to go on the radio, but they'll recognize me. Well, that's why we put the text line in, too, because some people, I don't want them because, oh, no, if I say this, my boss will recognize me, so whatever. I did ask Ed Butler, our chief engineer, to put in for a voice scrambler, so... It'd be like those mob trials, right? You see the mob trial where the guy's behind a partition, the guy or the gal, and they have a hood on. Well, when did you meet the defendant for the cash transaction? Well, it was on the water back on June 23rd, 1994. You know what I mean? So I'm working on that. All right, we got news coming up, traffic and weather together. Another thing that is coming to the forefront here, even more and more. And my dear friends on the other side of the aisle, whether it's locally here in Connecticut, in the cities, Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, or in Hartford or whatever, nationally, let me tell you something. Democratic Party has got a serious anti-Semitism problem. And that's not me saying it. There is a story out that... you got to hear, coming up after the news and traffic and weather together, that involves a major college university president of an Ivy League school, there's a shock, who used to work in a prominent Democratic administration, there's a shock, and used to be a national media personality. There's a shock as well, at least with some outlets. And remarks were made, not beating around the bush here, about having to remove someone because they were Jewish. the great Democratic Party.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Sean Diddy Combs now waits to hear his sentence after a mixed verdict in his trial. Michael Wallace reports.
The jury found the rapper not guilty of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, but did convict him of 2 lesser prostitution counts. CBS's Christina Kaufman was in the courtroom.
He kept making prayer hands and mouthing thank you to the jury members.
Doug Wigner is the attorney for Cassie Ventura, who accused Combs of forcing her to take part in drug-fueled sex parties.
We're hopeful that ultimately he receives a substantial sentence for what he's done.
Legal analyst Laurie Levinson on what comes next.
He now has a shot of bail pending his sentencing. His sentencing is unlikely to be the maximum of 10 years on each count, and now he'll have to go about trying to figure out how he'll repair his position or reputation in society.
Republican leaders in the House are pushing toward a vote on President Trump's tax and spending cuts package, but Linda Kenyon reports there's opposition within their own party.
Holdout conservatives and moderates alike have misgivings about the bill. Members of the House Freedom Caucus, for example, say the bill does not contain dollar-for-dollar spending reductions to offset tax cuts. Some House moderates say the cuts to Medicaid go beyond waste, fraud, and abuse that President Trump has cited and will leave millions of Americans without health care. Fiscal hawks like Ralph Norman of South Carolina have said the bill must be revised, and that would mean it would have to go back to the Senate, likely missing the president's July 4th deadline. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty today to the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students in 2022, taking the death penalty off the table. Jim Krasula reports.
The 30-year-old Kohberger was questioned by Ada County, Idaho Judge Stephen Hippler.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes. The judge went on.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes. Kohberger has given up his right to any legal appeals. He's to be sentenced later this month and faces life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Ukraine is looking to rent, build, or partner with someone to build weapons of war with Russia. The Trump administration put a pause on aid to Ukraine, citing stockpile issues. CBS's Charlie Daggett at the Pentagon.
The weapons that are on pause are said to include, these are really important for Ukraine, Patriot interceptors, surface-to-air missiles, Hellfire missiles, and then all that artillery to feed the howitzers. Basically, the whole package Ukraine needs to defend itself.
Ukraine summoned a U.S. diplomat to explain the decision. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport teenager who's been charged in a fatal hit-and-run crash told police he fled the scene because he was scared. That's according to a warrant for his arrest. 16-year-old Anthony Gutierrez Silva is charged with evading responsibility as well as negligent homicide with a motor vehicle in the June 21st crash. Police say Silva was driving his stepfather's BMW X5 when he hit a moped driven by 25-year-old Juan Tista. Silva does not have a license, only a learner's permit, and told police he was so scared he panicked and drove away. A death in Stamford is under investigation. Police responded to Avery Street and Cove Road shortly before 2 p.m. yesterday for a man passed out inside a vehicle. A local resident, 43-year-old Mark Pagetri, was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Stamford Police Crimes Against Persons Squad C. An elderly Bridgeport resident has died in a single-car crash in Stratford. Police say the unidentified 75-year-old driver crashed yesterday morning in the area of Ferry Boulevard and Barnum Avenue cutoff. The driver was rushed to Bridgeport Hospital, but they did not survive. Stratford police are trying to determine what caused the crash. And yesterday, Bridgeport announced that Pleasure Beach has been closed for the season due to the large number of ticks that have been found. Among the numerous tick species was the Asian longhorn tick, an invasive species which, according to Jessica Snyder from Partners in Lyme, can carry a variety of different diseases aside from Lyme disease.
Really a danger zone for us. The Asian longhorn tick was spotted in Fairfield on the beaches. Those ticks bring particular syndromes or diseases that we also need to be aware of.
The city is currently treating Pleasure Beach and is hopeful it can reopen for summer of 2026. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Stamford to Bridgeport. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier out of New Haven. 95 south, busy, but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross, southbound, you got residual delays going through North Haven and Hampton through the tunnel. And on Route 8 north and southbound, more residual delays, Shelton and Beacon Falls from earlier road work that's been cleared. 84 westbound, residual delays out of Middlebury going through Southbury. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Kraus with WICC traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Is the Democratic Party nationally and locally fracturing here? And you may say, well, geez, what's the big deal with this? They're still in power. Yeah, but got to understand something, kids. Back in 2015, all right, remember that when a certain guy and his model wife came down the golden staircase at Trump Tower, and I remember seriously looking over my shoulders. I was typing in my PC in my bedroom, and here comes Donald Trump, and he's running for the White House. I went, ha. Yeah, I know. He needs to pop the ratings for the Celebrity Apprentice. What a joke. Well, what a joke. 1 in 16, could have won in 2020 and 1 in 2024. And I was talking about this with some folks the other day, and, you know, that was the turning of the Republican Party. The Republican Party, as we knew it previously to them, doesn't exist anymore. It just doesn't. Not to say they're not in power. Yeah, they are, but it's different. Is that happening now for the Democrats, especially here in Connecticut, where you have members of the General Assembly and leaders, too? These aren't backbenchers. These are leaders like Martin Looney and Bob Duff and Jason Rojas and Matt Ritter and Roland Lamar. And Martin Looney openly bad-mouthing their leader, just the way a lot of MAGA people, forgive me if I use the term, but this is what a lot of people think it is happening here. A lot of MAGA people did that to the traditional Republican Party right to and through the Bush years. Are we seeing that now? And are we seeing now? Look, I'll just bring this up because everybody said, "Well, look how the ugliness of MAGA and all that." Well, are we starting to see the ugliness of the Democratic Party coming coming to fruition here, especially in, progressive institutions. How about this? This is frightening. Whether you think so or not, this is frightening. And I got to tell you, the guy who Democrats may nominate in New York City, he ain't helping the issue here with his two-step here around the Intifada comment. But I guess his core doesn't care. But how about this? I will listen carefully to this, especially if you're Jewish, or you care about the state of Israel, or you have Jewish friends, or you just simply care about what's right and what's wrong. Claire Shipman, the acting president of Columbia University, where else, issued an apology to several members of the campus community for leaked text messages. Again, 3 words you never want to see together. Leaked text messages where she suggested that a Jewish trustee be removed from the university's board because of her pro-Israel advocacy. This is not some backwoods college in, Squat Thrust, Alabama. This is Columbia University. One of the motherships of anti-Semitism in America. The kind of place that, Mahmoud Khalil is, part of the Holy Trinity there. Again, Claire Shipman, acting president of Columbia. And you remember Claire Shipman from her role in some previous administrations, from her Washington connections, from her media career. I believe she was with NBC. Claire Shipman, acting president of Columbia, issued an apology to several members of the campus community for leaked text messages where she suggested that a Jewish trustee should be removed from the school's board over her pro-Israel advocacy. And yet, if Donald Trump calls this out, he's the one attacked. And not that I love Trump, not that I dream of Donald Trump here, but this is how screwed up the once great Democratic Party is now. This is how nuts traditional liberalism has gone here. Shipman wrote on Wednesday in a private email obtained by the Jewish Insider, quote, "The things I said in a moment of frustration and stress were wrong. They do not reflect how I feel." Now, I'm going to break away from this text. This is my opinion. Ms. Shipman, you are full of crap. Folks, I got to tell you, from following politics and knowing people who write press releases and knowing people in crisis communications, this is a CYA thing. The things I said in a moment of frustration and stress were wrong. They do not reflect how I feel. Then what'd you write them for? Really? They don't reflect how you feel, but you wrote it anyway. Really? Really, Claire? You, who used to be a government employee at the highest levels, you who were a network correspondent, and you're the head of a major school, but no, what I read, that's not what I meant. Oh, my God. Noting that she was addressing, quote, some trusted groups of friends and colleagues with whom I talk regularly over the past few months. Oh, so let me see if I get this straight now. You'll say stuff to friends and colleagues that you really feel, but then if that gets out in public, you'll cover your ass about it. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. But remember, whenever Trump goes after Columbia or MIT or Harvard after the nests of anti-Semitism there, admitted to by the same people who used to teach and work there, I can point you to numerous columns they've written, he's the problem. Oh, yeah, that's great. The text messages from 2023 and 2024 were obtained by the House Committee on Education and Workforce and published in a letter from the committee's chair, Republican Tim Walberg of Michigan, and Republican Elise Stefanik of New York, to the university on Tuesday as part of the committee's ongoing investigation into whether the school is violating Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 by allowing harassment of Jewish students. Shipman, who was then co-chair of the school's board of trustees, also wrote in a separate message to the board's vice chair on 17 January 2024, quote, "Here it is, folks. We need to get somebody from the Middle East who is Arab on our board." Shipman said in a follow-up message days later that Shoshana Shendelman, a Jewish board member who frequently condemned anti-Semitism on campus, had been extraordinarily helpful, and said, "I just don't think she should be on the board." In another communication on April 22, 2024, she expressed a belief that Shendelman was a mole. We can't have the Jew because she's a mole. Folks, do you understand? This is at an Ivy League school. Shipman wrote in Wednesday's email, "I have a tremendous," I can't read it. This is such crap. I have tremendous respect and appreciation for the board member. Yeah, but you alluded to her being a mole, Claire. I get it now. But remember, the problem is Trump. That's the problem. And, I point this out to progressive friends of mine, and they just la, 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 don't want to hear. You don't want to hear it. Okay. Folks, got to tell you, the Democratic Party is crumbling. It is crumbling before our eyes. Between stuff like this, you have college presidents, none of whom apparently have a spine if you're a woman, or testicular fortitude if you're a guy. None of these jokers, or at least a lot of them in the Northeast, don't have the guts to say what's right and wrong and to tell certain people on campus to shut the you-know-what up because they're afraid. Shipman continued, "One thing I hope salacious headlines will not obscure: my deep commitment to fighting anti-Semitism and protecting our Jewish students and faculty." Yeah. Meantime, though, somebody's a mole. The Jew is a mole, Claire. Is that how it works? Okay. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Looking for a quick primary care appointment? Start here. Hartford Healthcare Medical Group offers appointments right away, often the next day, with skilled clinicians who partner with you to get you healthy and keep you healthy. We're here for you, whether it's an illness, chronic condition, or a physical, with offices throughout Fairfield County. Visit hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care. That's hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
If you've been injured in an accident and are dealing with the pain and suffering from injuries as well as the unexpected financial burden, you need an attorney by your side. You need Ganem Injury Lawyers. The truth is, insurance companies prefer not to deal with Ganem Injury Lawyers because they know attorney George Ganem will maximize your settlement and get you the compensation that you rightfully deserve. Contact Ganem Injury Lawyers for a free consultation. They don't get paid until you get paid. GanemInjuryLawyers.com. Call 203-713-8383.
Hey Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, July 11th when the Yankees host the Chicago Cubs for a very special Yankee Stadium giveaway. It's Billy Joel Bobblehead Night. The first 18,000 guests will receive a special Billy Joel bobblehead. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. Again, don't miss out on Billy Joel Bobblehead Night when the Yankees and Cubs battle on Friday, July 11th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Stanford to Bridgeport. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier out of New Haven. 95 south busy, but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross, southbound, you got residual delays going through North Haven and Hampton through the tunnel. And on Route 8 north and southbound, more residual delays, Shelton and Beacon Falls from earlier road work that's been cleared. 84 westbound, residual delays out of Middlebury going through Southbury. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut.
Oh, it's getting crazy, Mr. Voice Guy, yeah. Especially if you're a card-carrying Democrat here. What is going on with the... Seriously. We've spliced and parsed and glued and split together the pieces of what's happened with the Republican Party, with Mr. Trump and the MAGA movement. You know, and you have all these local officials in Connecticut going around, MAGA, 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 MAGA. Well, what's happening to your party? You're about to elect a socialist in New York City. You have left-wing challenges coming from toward Governor Ned Lamont. You've got a prominent member of the legislature saying the governor is the governor of Greenwich. And now you've got people covering up here for anti-Semites at schools. And when Trump points that out, he's the problem? What kind of a national psychosis is the party of JFK, FDR, Harry Truman, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama? Is there a vaccine that can straighten them out? You laughed at MAGA. Guess who's laughing at you guys now? You better fix this. From the governor's race here in Connecticut on up. Maybe the new governor can put up some state-owned grocery stores like this guy in New York wants it to. Oh, my God. Oh, man. And you notice how many of the big New York Democrats they're not going near this guy for an endorsement. They're not, well, he ran a great campaign. That's as far as they'll go. Hochul won't do it. Jeffries won't do it. Gillibrand won't do it. Everybody's saying, well, you know, he's I love it. Even our own inimitable Mr. Chris Murphy. Well, you know, he's highlighting unaffordability. Yeah, geez, because before that, thank God Zohran Mamdani came around in New York because, gosh darn it, before him, we didn't realize it was expensive to live in New York City. My God, the stuff this Mamdani guy has uncovered, really, I never knew it. The fact that my son and one of his old roommates were paying $5,000 a month to live on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. I never knew that, though, before Mamdani came. But Mamdani wants to work with everybody. He hates billionaires, but he said he wants to work with them. He said that with a straight face. What is happening? And meantime, you got Justin Elliger the other day, the mayor of my hometown, sending out a campaign raising a form or something. What's all over? Trump and ICE, Trump and ICE. Hey, Mayor Elliger, the mayor of my wonderful hometown, the city of Elms, what have you exactly done in New Haven? A lot of people can't stand you. There's a reason. Why is it Trump, 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 and not what you've done? How are the Dems going to raise money when Trump's finally gone in 2.5 years or 3 years? How are they going to do that? Maybe they can bitch and moan about Ned Lamont if he's still around, about a bill he chose to veto. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe I need to go to Columbia and get me some education. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, what's up?
Reverend Paul, good sermon
Thank
today.
Thank you.
I mean, but we already have a Mondamis. We got lots of them. We got Mon Looney, we got Mon Murphy, we got Mon Duff, Mon Blumenthal.
I don't
Mon
think they're as bad. I don't think
Deplorable,
they're as bad as this guy, though.
Mon
Bob.
Thong. Yeah, well, they're getting there. And you said the way your grandma should have said it, but I'm sure she was nice.
Yes.
Grandma should have said, they don't think that their Democrat stinks.
Well, now, Bob, I knew you were going there. All right, what's your sign? I got to go. What's your sign off? Give me your sign off.
Save the bears.
Yeah.
Deport the illegals.
Yeah.
And fly Avello Airlines out of Tweed, New Haven.
All right, there you go. Bob, thank you. Got to give him at least that. Bob, I hate to differ. I don't think we're at the Zohran Mamdani level yet, but we could be close.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, solid hour, Stanford to Bridgeport. The Parkway overall is a little bit easier out of New Haven. 95 south busy, but moving through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross, southbound, you got residual delays going through North Haven and Hampton through the tunnel. And on Route 8 north and southbound, more residual delays, Shelton and Beacon Falls from earlier road work that's been cleared. 84 westbound, residual delays out of Middlebury going through Southbury. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, the high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, expect partly to mostly cloudy skies with some lingering humidity. Highs in the mid to upper 80s. Lows drop into the mid 60s. Tomorrow, a mix of sun and clouds with a chance of thunder later on. Highs in the upper 80s. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Sean Diddy Combs has been convicted of prostitution-related charges, but acquitted of racketeering. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
Sean Combs was elated by this verdict, even though he was found guilty on 2 counts. These are the lesser of the charges. They both carry a maximum of 10 years in prison.
The judge will now decide whether to release Combs while he awaits sentencing. President Trump is applying pressure on Republican holdouts over his tax and spending plan. Nicole Killian reports.
He remains heavily engaged. We've seen the vice president engaged as well as they try to advance their legislative agenda.
Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty today to the 2022 murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being? Yes.
His plea takes the death sentence off the table. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport teenager charged in a fatal hit-and-run crash told police he fled the scene because he was scared, according to a warrant for his arrest. 16-year-old Anthony Gutierrez Silva is charged with evading responsibility and negligent homicide with a motor vehicle in the June 21st crash. Police say Silva was driving his stepfather's BMW X5 when he hit a moped driven by 25-year-old Juan Tista. Silva does not have a license, only a learner's permit, and told police he was so scared he panicked and drove away. A death in Stamford is under investigation. Police responded to Avery Street and Cove Road shortly before 2 p.m. yesterday for a man passed out inside a vehicle. A local resident, 43-year-old Mark Pagetri, was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Stamford Police Crimes Against Persons Squad C. Closing arguments are set for tomorrow in the murder trial of Raul Valley in Milford Superior Court. The 20-year-old Valley was 16 years old when prosecutors say he stabbed Fairfield Prep student James McGrath to death at a house party in Shelton in May of 2022. Valley has been testifying in his own defense over the last 2 days.
At the time, I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed or when they got stabbed.
You're the one who was responsible for those stab wounds, correct?
I don't know. I guess so, yes.
Yesterday, Valley admitted under cross-examination that he stabbed the victims while trying to defend himself during a wild brawl.
And I reached in my pocket and grabbed the knife.
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
Closing arguments and the jury charge are tomorrow, with deliberations then expected to begin. A Fairfield psychiatrist is accused of sexually assaulting a patient. Police say Dr. Lazaro Pomeraniec of Westport is charged with 4th-degree sexual assault. The charge is reportedly in connection with an incident that happened involving one of his patients. Pomeraniec is free after posting $25,000 bond. Yesterday, Bridgeport announced that Pleasure Beach has been closed for the season due to the large number of ticks that have been found. Among the numerous tick species was the Asian longhorn tick, an invasive species which, according to Jessica Snyder from Partners in Lyme, can carry a variety of different diseases aside from Lyme disease.
The beaches are really a danger zone for us. The Asian longhorn tick was spotted in Fairfield on the beaches. Those ticks bring particular syndromes or diseases that we also need to be aware of.
The city is currently treating Pleasure Beach and is hopeful it can reopen for summer of 2026. A new law in Connecticut will now require all newborn babies in the state to be screened for congenital cytomegalovirus. The virus is the #1 cause of non-genetic deafness and other major disabilities. State Department of Public Health Commissioner Manisha Juthani spoke with WTNH TV News 8 about why this screening is so critical.
Being able to identify those young children right up front, you can then determine, is an antiviral necessary or not? Some of that we don't know right now. That's what we're going to be relying on pediatric infectious disease experts to help inform.
Connecticut is now one of only 2 states in the country that do this screening at birth, with the other being Minnesota. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber underwent surgery to remove a brain tumor after a recent diagnosis. Gerber's team tells WICC that he is recovering and in good spirits. More testing is anticipated in the coming days, and his return to the office is still unclear. Currently, Selectman Christine Vitale is serving as acting first selectman until Gerber's return. Connecticut's U.S. senators were both no votes on President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill and have both taken it to social media to express their outrage.
I am shaking with fury over what just happened.
I'm angry. In fact, I'm furious.
Senator Chris Murphy says it is the most monstrous, immoral piece of legislation he has ever voted on in the Senate.
This bill kicks 17 million people off of their health care. There are going to be thousands of people who die in this country because they lose their access to health care.
The 50-50 tie was broken by Vice President J.D. Vance. Murphy says one single Republican senator could have stopped this abomination, saving millions of parents from watching their children go hungry. Senator Richard Blumenthal says it should be called the big blatant betrayal and will cause enduring hardship to millions of Americans.
We will work as hard and long as possible to make sure every single member of the United States Senate who voted for this big blatant betrayal is held accountable.
And Stanford's annual 4th of July fireworks show is happening tonight. The party starts at 6 p.m. at Cummings Beach, with the fireworks themselves happening at 9. Stratford will also be having their fireworks celebration this evening at Short Beach, and Westport will have theirs at Campo Beach. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound Jammin getting into Southbury. We have an accident reported near exit 16. On 95 northbound, plan on at least an hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. The upper Merritt is a little bit better. 95 northbound, an accident reported approaching exit 39 has things backing up past the Milford connector. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, just a lot of extra cars from exit 56 going through the West Rock Tunnel. On the Edge Cross with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of the sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So it's called colloquially the Big Beautiful Bill. It's actually a big tax and spending bill. Some people think that's beautiful, some don't. Some people are like, whatever. It finally got through the Senate, but boy, apparently there are some speed bumps in the House. And joining us from D.C., Linda Kenyon, CBS News. Linda, good afternoon. This bill and this July 4th deadline, how are we looking here? Is that a possibility still, or what from your point here?
Well, anytime I look into my crystal ball and say, yes, it's going to happen or it's not going to happen, I tend to be wrong. Congress has been known for pulling a rabbit out of a hat at the last minute. They do so after pulling all-nighters and lengthy debates. We saw that happen in the Senate this week, and the bill eventually passed by just one vote, by the way, and that vote came from Vice President J.D. Vance, who is the Vice President of the United States, also serves as the President of the Senate, and that includes the task of casting tie-breaking votes. So that's the only way it passed in the Senate. Now, President Trump yesterday said he thought that it would be a bit of an easier lift to pass in the House, but that really is not turning out to be the case. There are a number of House conservatives and moderates who have been coming back and forth to the White House today to meet with some Trump administration officials and with the president himself. He's doing the art of the deal. He's trying to close deals with these folks to support the bill. He has some cabinet members there. He has the head of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services here, Dr. Oz. And they're trying to get everybody on board. But some of the House conservatives don't like it for reasons quite different than the House moderates. And when you're trying to appease both sides of an argument, you usually end up stuck in the middle, and stuck seems to be the word right now.
Yeah, and Linda, finally, it's these kind of bills and votes, obviously, we always see where these coalitions can be relatively small in numbers, but when we're talking about bills like this with not a lot of wiggle room, their power almost geometrically expands overnight, depending upon where the bill is.
That is certainly the case, and the House Speaker can only afford to lose, according to the latest head count, 3 Republican votes and still pass this bill. And that's a very difficult thing to do. This bill only passed, the first version of it, in the House by 1 vote. Then it went over to the Senate. It was changed dramatically. And so it has to go back to the House for consideration. And the Speaker had told Senate Republicans, look, if you change this bill too much, I barely got it through this first time. I don't know if I can get it through the second time. So that's why President Trump is doing very strong lobbying and cajoling and deal-making today at the White House to try and get everybody on board.
All right, Linda Kenyon, CBS News. Linda, thank you. Have a happy weekend. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's tough, folks. Imagine that. And this is only going to get tougher. And this goes on in the State House, too, you know. Now, State Houses, not so much here in Connecticut. You know, at one time back in 2016, 17, it was down to an 8 or 9 vote margin for Democrats, but that quickly washed away. But this is why a lot of folks are pointing to the 2030 census. Now, I know that's a ways away. It's 5 years away. But I was telling you now, there's a real fret here, as in being afraid, fretting, because just about everybody is agreed that after the 2030 census, about 8 House seats are going to shift from blue states on the West Coast and in the Northeast. 4 of them are going to go to Texas. 4 of them are going to go to Florida. So in less than 5 or 6 years, you may not even have situations like this anymore because, again, it's going to get real dicey for the National Dems. Once again, Linda Kenyon, thank you. You hear her all the time right here on WICC, CBS News from the White House, and doing some anchoring on the weekends as well. A lot more coming up, including in the 5 o'clock hour. Our buddy, our pal, Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media. He spoke to some state Democrats. Are they worried about a Zohran Mamdani sighting here in the state?
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Yeah, it's summer, but a new high school sports season is coming soon. For the most in-depth coverage of FCAC high school sports, subscribe to the Rudin Report at therudinreport.com, powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 westbound jamming heading into Southbury. We have an accident reported near exit 16. On 95 northbound, plan on at least an hour from Stamford going through Fairfield. The upper Merritt is a little bit better. 95 northbound, an accident reported approaching exit 39 has things backing up past the Milford connector. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, just a lot of extra cars from exit 56 going through the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, the high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Got something to say? Give Paul a call. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, open phones if you want to jump on in here. One of our topics today is the Connecticut Democratic Party starting to crack up. Man, they are not happy at Ned Lamont. By the way, before we get to some breaking news about the governor, we did get to a rather nice email here today from a listener. Hi, Paul. Many progressive types, even some in labor, turned on Dan Malloy too. Tough guy to love, I know, but he gave thousands to home care health aides. I remember that. The right to organize. He also was the first governor in the country to pass sick leave. Yeah, I remember that. Both major initiatives, not too bad for a middle-of-the-road Democrat. Thank you, Governor Malloy. All right, thank you, Thomas, who wrote in for that. Gotcha. Yeah, I am. The difference, though, I see in that is that, obviously those are things that everybody can kind of agree on. But the notion here that there's so much anger because the guy vetoed a housing bill that, okay, admittedly, he was out in front on. Maybe it was embarrassing to do the veto, whatever. And also the bill that would have paid strikers unemployment. A lot of people weren't happy with that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And this story just broke in the Connecticut Mirror. Connecticut employee unions take Lamont to arbitration after no raise was offered. Keith Fanoff's story. More unions are expected to declare an impasse unless the governor grants pay hikes. So here's what's going on. The unions know, and I'm not blaming the unions here. This is just the system we have here in the state. So there's automatic arbitration in most of these, especially with state unions. So because you can't I kind of understand the thinking here. You don't want public sector unions and state unions to go on strike because of public safety issues and the state and municipalities functioning. I get that, but the bottom line is when this stuff happens, the taxpayers of Connecticut get treated like ATMs again. I get it. It's part and parcel of what happens here. The 1,300-member Judicial Professional Employees Union announced arbitration plans today. They're one of just 35 state unions working under contracts that expired yesterday, Tuesday, the end of June. But other worker groups, which are still negotiating with the Lamont administration, are set to have received similar no-raise proposals. The governor has asked the unionized state employees to accept a wage freeze, despite his administration projecting the second largest budget surplus in Connecticut history. Okay. So, what? With an election coming up? Negotiation teams representing their colleagues have been working tirelessly at each of the 35 bargaining tables to reach an agreement on a successor contract that addresses pay and other issues. That's according to CBAC spokeswoman Drew Stoner. She wrote in a statement, quote, however, after months of bargaining, our first unit has declared an impasse. CBAC includes all major state employee unions, excluding the state troopers. And they added that the Lamont administration's offer for judicial professions was no wage increase, no step, and no top step payment. We would not expect a single one of our units to accept this offer. Okay. The governor's spokesperson for the budget, Chris Colby, said today the administration plans to present an offer to CBAC regarding wages and work conditions as soon as next week. So, look, obviously, if you're the governor, you say, well, wait a minute, we're not going to give you what you want because the unions are always going to come in, and what are they going to do? What do both sides always do in negotiations? They look for something that they know they won't get, but in the back of the minds, what will they take? And there was stuff, I guess, the governor offered. He wants a wage freeze for a little while, knowing that wouldn't be happening. So maybe part of his election strategy here is, we asked them for a wage freeze. They said no, and we were given no choice with arbitration. Hey, listen, if I'm the unions here, of course you're going to say no. Of course you're going to say no. Why? Now, in practicality, this is the kind of thing that opens up kind of a chasm here because when this story gets out, if people are following it, they're going to say, boy, must be nice. I work in the private sector, not meaning me, but people are going to say, hey, I work in the private sector. I don't get to, have unions argue for me and, walk into arbitration. And again, I don't, me, folks, from doing this long enough, I don't besmirch unions one bit. I don't. I simply don't, especially private sector unions. But in the government, hey, especially where you have a scenario where there's, you go to arbitration, then, yeah, it's arbitration. Both sides hack it out. But you and I as the taxpayers pay. Now, in the past, unions have made givebacks. Let's be fair now about this. I'm not doing a bash-a-thon on unions here. But this certainly does come at a very, very interesting time heading into possibly a third term for Governor Ned Lamont. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Speaking of money, late yesterday, this happened, when was this posted? 18 hours ago, so that would have been 3 in the morning. Yeah, late yesterday. New Britain's governor, Aaron Stewart, the soon-to-be former governor, New Britain's rather, Freudian slip there, New Britain's mayor, Republican Aaron Stewart of a Democratic city in New Britain. In fact, I talked about this. When was this? Yesterday, the day before this week? She says this is not an Aaron Stewart commercial, by the way. I'm just telling you what she posted on her Instagram account. Her exploratory committee has raised $255,000 through the second quarter. Remember, the second quarter of the year was over yesterday. I'm sorry, 2 days ago. Today's the second. Yesterday was the first, so Monday the 30th. And that's why I said on Monday, hey, we should get the new fundraising this week, and we do. So Aaron Stewart now has raised $255,000. She needs another $95,000 to qualify for state matching funds that I believe are somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 or 16 million bucks. And if she is the 95 grand by the end of this quarter? I don't know when her deadline is. I confess I don't know that. So the exploratory committee for New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart now at $255,000. Second quarter, they raised $122,604. So she needs another 95 grand to get to 350 to qualify for a grant from the Citizens Election Program, the CEP, that she will use if she chooses to run and does get the nomination over Jen Tooker. Some other Republicans may be in there, and who knows about Ryan Fazio. Now, again, even if she got all that money, you're talking about, and it's not a small sum of money, it's multiple millions of dollars here. But then remember, Governor Ned Lamont doesn't really care about fundraising because he's a rich guy, and God bless him for that. He spent like $24 million the last time he won when it was Lamont v. Stefanowski 2. Too bad we're not getting Lamont Stefanowski 3. It could be like Ali Frazier 1, 2. Rope-a-dope, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. You know, Ned Lamont is Muhammad Ali. How about that? You see what I just did there? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Oh, Ned Lamont like Muhammad Ali. So there you go. So maybe you're a Stewart supporter, maybe you're a Stewart hater, maybe you're But I got to tell you, whether it's Jen Tooker, whether it's somebody else, whether it's Aaron Stewart, whether it's Ryan Fazio, he hasn't made a decision yet. You have to admit that the visual, and believe me, optics count. Let's assume Ned Lamont is renominated here. The visual between Ned Lamont and Aaron Stewart, young, kind of, again, all due respect to the governor, he looks like he's in fine shape for his early 70s. But remember, the optics count. Ned Lamont v. Jen Tooker, Ned Lamont v. Aaron Stewart, Ned Lamont v. Ryan Fazio, right? I mean, just the visual. I think for the Republican candidate, I could be wrong here. I often am. But just for the visual here, I don't know. Could be feeling it for the GOP. Oh, my God, are we going to hear Trump, 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 Trump. Oh, sorry. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 westbound jamming getting into South Ferry. We have an accident reported near exit 16. On 95 northbound, plan on at least an hour from Stanford going through Fairfield. The upper Merritt is a little bit better. 95 northbound, an accident reported approaching exit 39 has things backing up past the Milford connector. And on the Wilbur Cross northbound, just a lot of extra cars from exit 56 going through the West Rock Tunnel. On the Edge Cross with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Craving a delicious meal? Head to Frankie's Diner, the go-to spot for comfort food at 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport. For over 90 years, Frankie's has been serving diner classics using the freshest ingredients, open 7 days a week and 24/7 on the weekends. Whether you're an early bird hungry for lunch or a night owl, enjoy Frankie's. Plus, party rooms available for your next family or office event. Become part of the Frankie's family. Frankie's Diner, 1660 Barnum Ave in Bridgeport.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, coming up 5 o'clock hour, our buddy, our pal, Dan Harhurst, Connecticut Media, who talked to some top state Democrats and saying, hey, what happens if Mamdani fever happens in Connecticut? So we'll talk to Dan Harr about that. And coming up in just a couple of moments here, we will talk to, from the University of New Haven, Professor of Political Science, Dr. Patricia Krause. She has been known to speak on ranked choice voting. Remember, there is still a push here in Connecticut, at least by some in Hartford, to do ranked choice voting. Would you like to see that here in this state? In fact, I had a staff member come in here to the studio the other day. Hey, explain that, this member said to me, explain that ranked choice voting thing. And I said, well, you rank people, candidates, gentlemen or ladies, from 1 to 5. And I said, so that's basically it. Then they do all the figuring. If nobody gets 50%, then you do the instant runoff and the lowest person drops out, whatever. And I asked this person on the connoisseur staff, what do you think? And they went, This person actually did say they initially didn't like it, but when I explained that one of the theories is you can't be a total jerk on the campaign trail because you may want to also appeal to people who may put you down as their second or third choice. This person who at first didn't like it turned to me and went,
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Sean Diddy Combs has been acquitted of the most serious charges against him, including racketeering. CBS's Jerika Duncan outside the courthouse.
He kneeled down, he put his hands on the chair, and he prayed. When we saw his family come outside, they usually are quick to get in and get out, but today they took their time. They were smiling. They were thankful, obviously.
Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
He could theoretically serve up to 20 years, 10 for each count. I don't think that's what we're going to see, in part because he's a first-time offender, in part because you rarely do get the maximum amount.
And the judge could decide today whether to release him while he awaits sentencing. Republican leaders in the House are trying to move forward with a vote on President Trump's massive tax and spending bill, but they're running into opposition within their own party. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
We can't make everyone 100% happy. It's impossible. This is a deliberative body.
So the president and vice president are getting involved. Correspondent Nicole Killian.
Not only conversations happening at the White House, but also here on Capitol Hill with the speaker meeting with members of the House Freedom Caucus. Of course, and many of their members have expressed some concerns about the bill. In fact, the chair of the Freedom Caucus, Andy Harris, when he entered the chamber a little while ago, he reiterated to us that he was a no on this bill.
Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty today to killing 4 University of Idaho students to avoid the death penalty. Carter Evans reports.
Kohberger showed zero emotion in the courtroom. He looked at the prosecutor when the prosecutor was speaking. He looked at the judge when the judge was speaking. He wasn't nodding. He really didn't show any emotion at all. His parents were sitting in the front row, and I didn't see him make eye contact with them.
The TSA says it's expecting over 18 million people to travel through airports for the holiday. Justin Upshaw is with the agency that runs LAX.
So here at LAX, we're anticipating over 200,000 people each day.
More than 35,000 tons of discarded plastic were shipped from the U.S. to Malaysia last year. Stacey Lynn reports that ends today.
The country has effectively banned all U.S. shipments of plastic waste. The United States has increasingly relied on countries like Malaysia to deal with its plastic trash after China banned it in 2018. But now under new Malaysian guidelines, plastic and hazardous waste is prohibited from countries that have not ratified the Basel Convention. The U.S. hasn't signed the treaty.
On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed today. The Dow Jones Industrials off 10 points. The S&P 500 was flat. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try ZipIntro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipIntro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Yesterday, Bridgeport announced that Pleasure Beach has been closed for the season due to the large number of ticks that have been found. Among the numerous tick species was the Asian longhorn tick, an invasive species which, according to Jessica Snyder from Partners in Lyme, can carry a variety of different diseases aside from Lyme disease.
The beaches are really a danger zone for us. The Asian longhorn tick was spotted in Fairfield on the beaches. Those ticks bring particular syndromes or diseases that we also need to be aware of.
The city is currently treating Pleasure Beach and is hopeful it can reopen for summer of 2026. And Connecticut's U.S. senators were both no votes on President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, and both have taken it to social media to express their outrage.
I am shaking with fury over what just happened.
I'm angry. In fact, I'm furious.
Senator Chris Murphy says it's the most monstrous, immoral piece of legislation he has ever voted on in the Senate.
This bill kicks 17 million people off of their health care. There are going to be thousands of people who die in this country because they lose their access to health care.
The 50-50 tie was broken by Vice President J.D. Vance. Murphy says one single Republican senator could have stopped this abomination, saving millions of parents from watching their children go hungry. Senator Richard Blumenthal says it should be called the Big Blatant Betrayal and will cause enduring hardship to millions of Americans.
We will work as hard and long as possible to make sure every single member of the United States Senate who voted for this big blatant betrayal is held accountable.
I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Stamford going through Crumble and Fairfield, and further ahead on 95 congestion delays Moses Wheeler Bridge all the way through West Haven, and in New Haven 91 south you're on the brakes from exit 5 all the way down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound bunched up from Shelton going up to the bridge, and 84 eastbound heavy congestion through Danbury into the Super 7. Westbound side residual delays through Southbury from an earlier problem that's been cleared. Traffic reports powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, the high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And thank you, Mr. Announcer, sir. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. One of our questions of the day, I actually put up two. I was feeling my oats today, so I put up two questions of the day. The main question here, should Connecticut Democrats be worried about Governor Ned Lamont maybe losing a primary to a left-leaning progressive challenger, or is that what they want? You've seen veteran members, leftist and left-leaning members of the General Assembly now for a couple of weeks. Julie Kushner from Danbury, Martin Looney from New Haven, Bob Duff from Norwalk, Matt Ritter, Jason Rojas from Hartford, and now Roland Lamar from New Haven, all saying some pretty crass things about the governor. Instead of saying, hey, we're disappointed the governor vetoed the bill for housing, but like he said, we'll work together and polish it up and come up with new stuff. And, they're taking some pretty veiled shots. Not veiled, they're unveiled shots at this guy. So is Mamdani fever suddenly coming to the Connecticut Democratic Party here? So I ask this, should Connecticut Democrats be worried about the governor maybe losing a primary to a left-leaning progressive challenger? And ipso facto, would that open it up maybe to a Republican like Ryan Fazio or Jen Tooker or Mayor Stewart, Aaron Stewart in New Britain? I don't know. Very interesting times we live in. Now, of course, as he always does, the world-famous Chris Williams looks at the answers to our stories here. He weeds out any obscenities and bad words that he may see and finds the interesting stuff. And, Chris, the story about the governor maybe losing a primary, what do some of the people say?
If only some of them didn't have profanities, they would be very entertaining and amusing. But we'll start with Glenn, who says Democrats want to put an ultra-liberal that would make Lamont look like a conservative. Mm-hmm. Anthony says Connecticut Democrats should worry about election fraud. That should be a priority with this state. Mark says, wow, Corrupticate could be getting worse. Shocker. Tyson says, no, we want far right, someone more conservative than Trump. And Joe says, no, Connecticut residents should not worry.
Can you imagine if somebody more conservative than Trump was? Oh, my God. Chris, thank you. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So that question is up there. Should Connecticut Democrats be worried? Now, maybe they should be worried, but you might like that. I'm not asking you what you like, but you can interject that in the answers to the question if you'd like to. But should Connecticut Democrats be worried about Governor Lamont maybe losing a primary to a left-leaning progressive challenger? Man, it would certainly give me plenty to talk about, because that's the goal. That's my goal in life. What do you want to see, Paul, in politics? Well, I'll tell you what I want to see. I want to see stuff that I can talk to you folks about.
There's something lurking in Long Island Sound. It's waiting for you. It's $25,000. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth returns August 23rd and 24th. Catch the heaviest bluefish that weekend and win $25,000. Plus, there's over $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, The Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Columbia Dental invites you to come to their Norwalk office for your entire family's dental health. It is their mission to provide you with comprehensive dental care you and your family deserve. Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk, located at 91 East Avenue, open 5 days a week, or visit their Manchester location at 483 Middle Turnpike West, open 7 days a week. Columbia Dental, here for you and your family for regular checkups or emergency visits. ColumbiaDental.com.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Stamford going through trouble in Fairfield, and further ahead on 95, congestion delays. Moses Wheeler Bridge all the way through West Haven, and in New Haven 91 south, you're on the brakes from exit 5 all the way down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound bunched up in Shelton going up to the bridge, and 84 eastbound heavy congestion through Danbury into the Super 7. Westbound side residual delays through Southbury from an earlier problem that's been cleared. Traffic reports powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of the sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
He's got everything you need to know before you get home. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I have done a lot of segments on this program regarding ranked choice voting, where in its basic form, you just rank the choice of candidates. 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 1 to 5. It's been out there. New York City has used it before. But now it's in the spotlight again because of this massive political, in some people's minds, upset last week. So what about ranked choice voting? Is this the way to really go? It's being debated up in Hartford. Let's get the opinion on that and the race itself. University of New Haven adjunct professor, political science, Dr. Patricia Krause joins us to chat about these things. Dr. Krause, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, Paul. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Before we get to the actual outcome and what this may portend for even Connecticut Democrats here, which is now being bandied about on shows like mine, ranked choice voting, New York has used this before. Other states have used this before. Other cities, big and small, have used this before. But I think Mr. Mamdani's win here, Dr. Krause, really put this in maybe a needed spotlight for discussion.
Yeah, and I think, comes into the realm of discussion when people don't like the outcome, to be honest with you. The same thing happened in Alaska not too long ago with one of their races. So, I think that it's people that want a different outcome that complain about it the loudest. In some ways, it makes the most sense to use a system like ranked choice, because it's very clear. You have states that use things where if somebody doesn't get, the majority of the vote, you have to go to a runoff. And sometimes you end up with sort of these nonstop races. We had that recently in Bridgeport.
Oh, how well I know. Yeah.
yeah. And, it's just, at some point you get this election fatigue where people are like, I don't even know what I'm voting for anymore. And I think that was the case in Bridgeport, where by the time they got around to sorting that all out, people were just tired of having to keep going to vote. So I think, with something like ranked choice voting, you take that away and, you have an outcome that's determined, that's, solidified by the end of the race. So obviously there's pros and cons to any type of voting that you use. But, most of the criticism that I see comes from people that are unhappy with the outcome.
The thing that and I'm kind of on the fence about it, Dr. Krause. I know that there's a bill in Hartford, but it would make it mandatory. It would not make it mandatory. It would not be used for the State House and Senate, which I have a problem with. But the thing I do like about it, and as it's been explained to me, and I've seen this, and I can understand this, it keeps at least in the minds of some candidates to say, hey, wait a minute. I might not be the first choice to a lot of people, but I can't be a total jerk or a total moron because I may be somebody's second or third choice. Right. And to me, that to me might alter campaigning a little bit, or maybe put some fresh thinking in, saying, okay, I have my core issue, but if the people who rank me number one, only vote on that core issue, what would the other people be looking for me to say? You know what I mean?
Right. And I think that there is some validity to that argument, because you're right. It's much easier to just sort of outright win a primary or win an election when you focus on issues that mean the most to sort of your core constituency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The people that, like you said, that you think are going to get you across the line. Whereas with ranked choice voting, you probably have to have a broader perspective on the issues and express that. I have an issue if the state of Connecticut doesn't do this consistently with every election, because that, I think, just leads to confusion.
Sure.
For voters. And the last thing we need to do is confuse voters any more than they're already confused sometimes. Election.
And I believe, Dr. Krause, if we're going to have it, then we should have it for as many races on all levels of state, all the way up to our Senate members, our House members, our governor, our gubernatorial members. But again, Dr. Krause, you and I, you doing what you do, me doing what I do here, we both know I don't think there's a real appetite for more challenges. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And I think, I think you're going to have those situations no matter what type of system you use.
Yeah.
I think one of the issues kind of across the United States when we talk about elections is that states don't use the same types of voting systems, right? So some use computers and some use, like in Connecticut, we use the scanning system.
Yep.
There's other states that, they use, different types of methods because federally you can't dictate that to states. And I don't want to take that away from the state. I think that states have every right to decide how to conduct elections. But when you have these different types of voting methods, then challenges are going to come up.
Absolutely. Sure.
Whether ballots are counted correctly, or, the computer's glitched, or, can they be hacked into? So these types of issues I think you're going to have across the board, whether you use, what we call first past the post, right? Whoever wins the majority gets the wins, or whether you're using ranked choice voting.
So let's talk, if we can, to wrap up here briefly about that New York race and what it portends. I was telling my audience on a couple of occasions, I remember distinctly about 10 years ago. I remember watching television. I was in my bedroom typing away, doing some show prep, and I see, well, here comes Donald Trump, and he's running for the White House. And he came down the golden staircase, and I, like a lot of other people, I went, yeah, right, this is to pump the ratings for The Apprentice. The guy's smart. He gets his 30 seconds of video on national television, whatever. Well, we all know what happened. And over the years, I've said, yeah, he people laugh at him all they want. He changed the Republican Party. MAGA movement, whatever, that's not to be debated. Are we starting to see that now? And I kept saying this for years, Dr. Krause. It's coming for the Democratic Party. May not be here yet, but does that Zohran Mamdani win? Oh, I know it's only a primary and it's only in New York City, but is this kind of the smoke now bubbling up on the other side? Because, if it happened on one side, it's probably going to happen on the other side.
Right. And I think that's exactly what you saw in New York, is that with the Democrats, people are tired of the same old thing. right? You have Adams, who got his convictions, but the charges wiped clean.
Yeah.
Never had to face any consequences for what he did. Now, granted, that was done by Trump.
Yeah.
And I think that stuck in, for a lot of Democrats, that sort of stuck in their craw, saying, what's going on here? Usually the Democrats see themselves this is the generalization, but sort of see themselves, that if you're going to do something, you should be prosecuted for it, right? And you have Cuomo, who I think he's just done, that.
I mean, the Cuomo name, as great as it was, that's generational, right? I mean, you're right. He could be the Cuomo name. I still can't say the Mario M. Cuomo Bridge. I still say the Tappan Zee Bridge.
Nobody can. When I talk to my students from New Jersey, they're like, "Don't say that." I'm like, okay.
It will always be the tap, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So I think people are they're tired of this sort of same old stuff, and now they were offered something different, and I do have an issue because people, I mean, he's basically said, I'm a social democrat or socialist democrat, right?
Yeah.
People are making the leap to communism, and I'm thinking,
I wouldn't go that far. No,
right?
No,
and this is the problem with our education system. But he offers something new, and I think if he can prove to voters that he's going to look out for their best interest, hopefully nothing comes out of the closet, that he's got anything to hide. I think he probably has a good shot of winning the election.
Should Governor Lamont, Professor, in the time we have left here, about a minute, should Governor Lamont be, I mean, look, 2 or 3 weeks ago, everybody's like, well, if he wants to run for a third term, he's a shoo-in. Should he be looking over his shoulder if he decides to go for a third term or not?
I would say probably yes. I mean, any candidate, incumbent or not, needs to be aware of that. Somebody may decide that 8 years is enough, that we need to have some sort of change. So I would say probably somebody in the Democratic Party is considering a run for the governor's office.
And watching the Mamdani blueprint?
Correct. Yep. Because you're right. This is an opportunity. And even though it's just one city, it could, sort of change the path of the Democratic Party.
Absolutely. University of New Haven adjunct professor of political science, Dr. Patricia Kraus. Dr. Kraus, thank you. We appreciate the time. Have a happy weekend, and we'll chat down the road. Thanks.
Thanks. You too, Paul.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. There you go. Yes. Should Ned look over his shoulder? She says yes, he should. All right. Traffic and weather together news. A lot more coming up right here. It's what is it? Oh, it's Wednesday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Stanford going through trouble in Fairfield and further ahead on 95. Congestion delays. Moses Wheeler Bridge all the way through West Haven and in New Haven 91 south. You're on the brakes from exit 5 all the way down through the merge and through Long Wharf. Route 8 northbound bunched up through Shelton going up to the bridge and 84 eastbound heavy congestion through Danbury into the Super 7. Westbound side residual delays through Southbury from an earlier problem has been cleared. Traffic reports powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. Looking for love? Then adopt a furry friend today from the Connecticut Humane Society. Give a pet a second chance and gain a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt, volunteer, or donate. Go to cthumane.org and make a tail wag today.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com, because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
Experience the range-topping dual-motor all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A mixed verdict in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Reporter Katrina Kaufman was in the Manhattan courtroom.
Sean Combs was elated by this verdict, even though he was found guilty on 2 counts. These are the lesser of the charges. They both carry a maximum of 10 years in prison.
The judge will now decide whether to release him from jail while he awaits sentencing. President Trump is applying pressure on Republican holdouts over his tax and spending plan. Nicole Killian reports.
He remains heavily engaged. We've seen the vice president engaged as well as they try to advance their legislative agenda.
Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty today to killing 4 University of Idaho students.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being? Yes.
His plea comes after prosecutors pursued the death penalty and his attorneys failed to block it. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Bridgeport teenager charged in a fatal hit-and-run crash told police he fled the scene because he was scared, according to a warrant for his arrest. 16-year-old Anthony Gutierrez Silva is charged with evading responsibility and negligent homicide with a motor vehicle in the June 21st crash. Police say Silva was driving his stepfather's BMW X5 when he hit a moped driven by 25-year-old Juan Tista. Silva does not have a license, only a learner's permit, and told police he was so scared he panicked and drove away. A death in Stamford is under investigation. Police responded to Avery Street and Cove Road shortly before 2 p.m. yesterday for a man passed out inside a vehicle. A local resident, 43-year-old Mark Pagetri, was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Stamford Police Crimes Against Persons Squad C. Yesterday, Bridgeport announced that Pleasure Beach has been closed for the season due to the large number of ticks that have been found. Among the numerous tick species was the Asian longhorn tick, an invasive species which, according to Jessica Snyder from Partners in Lyme, can carry a variety of different diseases aside from Lyme disease.
The beaches are really a danger zone for us. The Asian longhorn tick was spotted in Fairfield on the beaches. Those ticks bring particular syndromes or diseases that we also need to be aware of.
The city is currently treating Pleasure Beach and is hopeful it can reopen for summer of 2026. A Fairfield psychiatrist is accused of sexually assaulting a patient. Police say Dr. Lazaro Pomeraniec of Westport is charged with 4th-degree sexual assault. The charge is reportedly in connection with an incident that happened involving one of his patients. Pomeraniec is free after posting $25,000 bond. An elderly Bridgeport resident has died in a single-car crash in Stratford. Police say the unidentified 75-year-old driver crashed yesterday morning in the area of Ferry Boulevard and Barnum Avenue cutoff. The driver was rushed to Bridgeport Hospital, but they did not survive. Stratford police are trying to determine what caused the crash. Closing arguments are set for tomorrow in the murder trial of Raoul Valley in Milford Superior Court. The 20-year-old Valley was 16 years old when prosecutors say he stabbed Fairfield prep student James McGrath to death at a house party in Shelton in May of 2022. Valley testified in his own defense over the last 2 days.
At the time, I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed or when they got stabbed.
You're the one who was responsible for those stab wounds, correct?
I don't know. I guess so, yes.
Yesterday, Valley admitted under cross-examination that he stabbed the victims while trying to defend himself during a wild brawl.
And I reached in my pocket and grabbed the knife.
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
Closing arguments and the jury charge are tomorrow, with deliberations then expected to begin. A new law in Connecticut will now require all newborn babies in the state to be screened for congenital cytomegalovirus. The virus is the number one cause of non-genetic deafness and other major disabilities. State Department of Public Health Commissioner Manisha Juthani spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about why this screening is so critical.
Being able to identify those young children right up front, you can then determine, is an antiviral necessary or not? Some of that we don't know right now. That's what we're going to be relying on pediatric infectious disease experts to help inform.
Connecticut is now one of only 2 states in the country that do this screening at birth, with the other being Minnesota. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber underwent surgery to remove a brain tumor after a recent diagnosis. Gerber's team told WICC that he is recovering and in good spirits. More testing is anticipated in the coming days, and his return to the office is still unclear. Currently, Selectman Christine Vitale is serving as acting First Selectman until Gerber's return. And Stamford's annual 4th of July fireworks show is happening tonight. The party starts at 6 p.m. at Cummings Beach, with the fireworks themselves happening at 9. Stratford will also be having their fireworks celebration this evening at Short Beach, and Westport will have theirs at Campo Beach. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident exit 16 has things backed up well into Stamford. Further ahead congestion follows you through Fairfield. Parkway overall is your best bet. 95 further ahead, residual delays in Milford from earlier issue that has been cleared. Route 8 northbound, we have an accident reported just past the Comico Bridge, and has things backing up further into Shelton. 84 eastbound, slow ride through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of the sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Paul wants to hear from you. Call 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So I just got somebody in Hartford, one of my contacts in Hartford, just sent me another social media posting by a Democrat who's losing his mind. I'll tell you who, it's a high-ranking Democrat. He's been on this radio station before. Not with me. In fact, he took issue during Melissa's show about something I said. So if he'd like to contact me or contact anybody here and say, hey, I'd like to come on Paul's show, love to have him. I ain't going to chase the guy. So he has just put on social media another not-so-veiled shot at Governor Ned Lamont. They're losing their minds, folks. I'm telling you, the state Democratic Party, because never mind all the stuff Lamont has done for them on social issues, on abortions, on guns, on issues like the environment, on issues like energy and electricity, on issues like again, abortion or things he's done for unions in the state, numerous things. They are apoplectic over these two vetoes. How dare the governor, geez, I don't know, exercise his power? And I'll tell you what's happening here, because they're coming to a realization here. And now I'll get to the post in just a minute here. I want to go to the phones here first. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And there's also, in this post that was made on X, the X platform, this rather high-ranking state legislator also, I think, takes a shot at the general public who may like what Lamont did. I'll tell you who this is momentarily. Folks, they're apoplectic. They will go nuts if Lamont's reelected. They will, which oddly makes me want to vote for him. Maybe. Depends who the Republicans run. But God, you cannot script this lunacy. This is great. Dear God, this is great. Tim in Hamden's here. Tim, what's up?
Well, I enjoyed your professor, particularly in the analysis of ranked choice voting and everything. But she did say something kind of wrong. She was talking about the last, the final election and whoever wins the, quote, majority. And she said that by accident. I think she knows that, whatever happens, it may be, plurality, very, very likely and everything. The problem is that, ranked choice says this is what the majority of people, actually like, we're more toward this type of a candidate and everything. So I'll be very curious to see that. And also you should remember, of course, that the final election is not a ranked choice vote. It is a first one across the poll race. So someone could end up with 33% of the vote, and others could get 30.
Oh, yeah.
That sort of stuff.
That's how how Eric Adams ended up winning. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, but again, it'll be really interesting to see if 50,000 volunteers, continue to go out on the base, and knock on doors, do all that sort of stuff.
My question in this whole thing, Tim, and you understand politics well, I wonder what do you think about this. Eric Adams has done now look, the stuff with the Turkish embassy or whatever it was, that was sleazy. There's a quid pro quo, obviously. Trump called off the dogs if Eric Adams, lets ICE operate in the city. But listen, he's actually been a pretty good mayor. Crime is down. He gets along generally with everybody. And I'm not convinced, Tim, and maybe it will happen, that all of his black support is suddenly going to leave. I mean, I
don't know whether, the black support, but, everybody else, that dealing with Trump and everything left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths.
Yeah.
And they're not going to say, all that sort of stuff. All of that stuff about, crime, not only crime, but trash and all the other stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, apparently it was, they just couldn't have lids on trash cans till recently, I was
I know that's,
all of that stuff is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And the final issue that I'm hearing kind of bubbling up and just now starting about the United States as a federal government paying for births. Have you heard about this kind
paying
of
for what? What I am paying
for birth of children?
What are they doing? Giving out cash incentives or tax breaks, or what are they doing?
I think they are so concerned about population,
the birth rate. Yeah,
the birth rate and everything like that. There's a quiet little coalition about talking about, and that's just it. How are you going to pay for it? Who are you going to pay for? Right now, Medicaid is a great deal of what pays for birth.
Maybe Trump will do like a make babies PSA. How about that? We can have him.
Well, we didn't get the 5,000 from the Doge thing. I'm still waiting on that. Come on, Elon. Don't be forming a third party, Elon. We don't need you to do that. We want that $5,000 check. Okay,
Tim, take it easy. Bye. All right, Dave and Branford, hang on, and I promise I'll read you the latest social media tantrum here by a fellow Democrat. You got to understand, folks, this is not coming from Republicans. This is coming from folks, prominent folks in Ned Lamont's own party who continue to throw a fit.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
The number one fear when it comes to planning for retirement is running out of money. So you take that, and then, of course, that 42% of baby boomers that don't know how much money they have in their nest egg, well, that also means they don't know if they have enough. Think about it. Do you? Find out by listening to Mastering Your Wealth. Join host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners every Saturday morning at 8, right here on WICC 600. And, of course, for more details, you can always visit online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
After a stutter step this morning on some weaker than expected ADP job data, which said the economy lost 33,000 last month instead of gaining 100,000 jobs, we had the market move around a bit. Interest rates popped while the market remained mixed throughout the day. A mirror image of yesterday once again as the Dow goes back and forth along with the S&P and NASDAQ. Dow lost 10 points to 44,484 while the S&P rallied to a new all-time high, up 29 points to 6227. President Trump announcing a trade deal with Vietnam, but still, Europe and Japan are currently out of reach. The NASDAQ rallied 190 points, flirting with record levels of 20,393. 10-year note yields, despite the soft economic data, climbed to 4.29% as everyone's still watching the House to see whether or not they can pass a version of the Senate's big, beautiful bill that would cut taxes and also cut spending among Medicaid and food stamp recipients. Dollar a little weaker. Oil surging $1.90 to $67.35 after Iran said it would not cooperate with UN nuclear watchdogs. Oil and gold both trading higher on the day.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident exit 16 has things backed up well into Stamford. Further ahead congestion follows you through Fairfield Parkway. Overall is your best bet. 95 further ahead, residual delays in Milford from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Route 8 northbound, we have an accident reported just past the Comico Bridge, and has things backing up further Shelton. 84 eastbound, slow ride through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, the high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He might not agree with you, but he promises to listen. Join Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, 203-333-9422, WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut. The voice of Connecticut.
All right, I'll give you what a rather high-ranking Democrat said. Another not-so-veiled shot at Governor Ned Lamont. They're not happy. They are throwing a fit. They are throwing tantrums like they're 5-year-olds. Even though the governor said, hey, we're going to do a housing bill, but I'm going to start over again. See, they don't. There are some leaders in Hartford, like I said, guys and gals who've been there way longer than Governor Lamont, and to them, it is a personal affront that the governor dares say, no, I'm the governor, we're going to do what I want to do. Now, again, I can understand them being upset because they thought the governor was going to sign it, and I'm taking the governor to task on this, too, for not being more in tune with the situation here. But, boy, the public shaming of Ned Lamont by members of his own party. And the thing is, I hope he's laughing at it. I would get upset and maybe flip some tables and call these people into my office and ask them, who the blank do you think you are? But maybe that's not Ned. Maybe he just sits back and Ned just goes, I'm worth $500 million. Do I care? Dave in Brantford's here. Hello, Dave. What's up?
Yeah, on the Lamont thing,
yeah.
I think it's awful that if you're a Democrat and any idea of cost savings to take some money out of the state payroll is perceived and shouted down as anti-labor. You know, every time you get in the way of one of their utopian ideas, they're not anti-labor. And I'm thinking the one that I really gets under my skin, because Daniel Malloy ran on this to eliminate what's called stacking. When those state employees in their last 3 years before they go on pension, they get, because they have high union seniority, they bid on all the overtime jobs, and they boost up their base pay, maybe even doubling it. And their pension is based on that. Obviously, I don't object if you work the 4th of July on the state highway, you get overtime.
Sure.
What I do object to is for the next 40 years while you're retired, I have to pay that same overtime every time. I know, however small. That's ridiculous.
Nice racket.
And this is a way for the governor to take some money out of the labor force, and still give them maybe an annual increment or some smaller wage. It makes a joke out of equal pay for equal work when you've got a newer employee who might be making 50 G's a year, 50,000 a year.
Yeah.
Why doesn't the administrator get to give that guy the overtime job at 1/3 the cost of the high seniority guy who's getting 150,000 and time and a half on top of that?
Dave, that's a rhetorical question, Dave. I hope, right? We all know why.
Well, but no Democrat can offer that, and I might throw this in. One of Trump's ideas, which I do not agree with, is no income tax on overtime pay.
Yeah.
So the guy who goes from 45 to 55,000 in an ordinary wage increase, he pays taxes on that extra 10,000. The guy who's making 245,000 and gets overtime to go up to 255. Why should he get that extra 10,000 tax free? That was Trump's idea to incentivize extra work. That is a terrible idea. It's the people making the most are getting the money tax free. That's insane. That's one of Trump's worst ideas.
Now, Dave, I will be completely upfront with you. I'm going to disagree with that because one of my other jobs I get paid overtime for. So if I'm all for it, Dave. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, everybody wants free stuff.
That's right,
You know,
including me.
That's what leadership is. Daddy has to say no. No more cookies for you tonight. Go to bed. Okay.
All right, Dave.
Thanks for letting me on.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Listen, I'm going to remain neutral on the no tax on overtime. I'm just going to tell you right up front. I don't make a lot of overtime. It's something I do on the side. I really, honestly, I don't make a lot. It's not that many hours a year. But, hey, if my payroll at one of my other 17 places I do work for from time to time professionally, if they want to not tax me on those hours, hey, it's all good. It's all good. Look, I'm just being upfront with you. All right. Here is a post on X, for the X platform. I'm sorry, I sent this to a few people, and one of their reactions makes me laugh. I will not read it on the air. However, and this is an X post from Jason Rojas. I believe Jason is the House Majority Leader. And I guess this is another not-so-veiled shot at Mr. Trump when it comes to the housing bill, I guess. Jason Rojas writes this, and I'm just going to give it to you. You can interpret this any way you'd like. And he starts out with this, which is kind of a backhanded swipe at regular citizens? I don't know. Here's the, I'm not going to emphasize or de-emphasize anything. I'll read it just as it is. Quote, "For the people in the back, sometimes leaders using the authority and the power that they have just need to lead. And that's the way I feel about us at the state level and certainly at the executive branch level." All right. And apparently this is also in a story of the Hartford Business Journal. So there you have it. I don't know what to make of this. Is it another primal scream? It might be. Again, this is posted on Jason Rojas's. It's at JRojas9. I'm going to assume this is his X feed here. "For the people in the back, sometimes leaders using the authority and the power that they have just need to lead. And that's the way I feel about us at the state level and certainly at the executive branch," Rojas said. So apparently he gave this quote, I guess, to the Hartford Business Journal. And they wrote a story about what could be in a reworked housing bill. Just let me tap one thing here to make sure we're on the correct feed. Yes, this is apparently the feed of State Rep Jason Rojas, East Hartford, Manchester, House Majority Leader. There it is. Okay. So there you go. They continue to throw a fit. And it's not like, here's what I don't get. Well, maybe I do. It's not like the governor said, hey, we're not going to do this bill until next year or the year after. They're going to do it again in September. Everybody freaking relax. Relax. See, here's what they don't want. A lot of the House Majority Democrats, they won't be able to hide under anything else in the special session. The budget's done. The other bills are done. So they will be reported on by people who do shows like me, like CTN, like all the TV and radio stations in the state. This is going to be all housing and all affordable housing. So the spotlight is going to be on, ostensibly, unless they finagle with it, mom's favorite word, unless they finagle with it, one issue. And I guess they don't like that. They don't like a governor who says, no, we're going to do it my way. Okay. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident exit 16 has things backed up well into Stamford. Further ahead congestion follows you through Fairfield. Parkway overall is your best bet. 95 further ahead, residual delays in Milford from an earlier issue that has been cleared. Route 8 northbound, we have an accident reported just past the Common Cove Bridge, and as things backing up further, Shelton. 84 eastbound, slow ride through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Carbuty with Carbuty Real Estate. If you're a solo individual real estate agent who's been struggling and working for yourself, by yourself in this industry, and you've ever thought about joining a high-producing real estate team to help you increase your business and explode to the next level, go to carbeautyrealestate.com and click the Join Our Team page. That's carbeautyrealestate.com. Click the Join Our Team page.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to carbeautyrealestate.com.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change your life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And again, I do understand it. Every time I say I don't understand this, it's probably for rhetorical effect because I do. The majority Dems in Hartford, one of their worst nightmares is not necessarily to redo housing, but now that the spotlight is going to be pretty much solely, unless they pull some end around move, I don't know. But the special session likely in September is likely going to be only for housing unless they bring some other stuff up, which I guess they could. I don't know. But, they might not be happy doing this because, again, we're going to keep a spotlight on it. The other hosts in Connecticut will. The other print and digital outlets will. Hearst and all that. The Current and all that. And the Connecticut Mirror, the Connecticut News Junction.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. House Republicans are trying to convince members of their own party to support the president's tax and spending bill. Caitlin Huey-Burns begins our coverage.
Yes, you've got some ultra-conservative members who are concerned about this Senate version of the bill, namely that it adds $1 trillion more to the deficit, according to a nonpartisan CBO report, than the House version does. They also think it doesn't cut enough spending. Then you've got some moderates who are concerned about these deep cuts to Medicaid, deeper on the Senate side version than on the House side.
Reporter Stacey Lynn.
The bill could cut federal spending on these programs by about $1 trillion over a decade, which Julie Rovner with KFF Health News calls
the biggest retrenchment in health coverage possibly ever.
She says it's estimated nearly 12 million people could lose Medicaid.
The hospitals are really concerned that if this many people lose Medicaid, that they simply won't be able to keep their doors open.
And she says Affordable Care Act coverage will become harder to get and keep. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
A jury today acquitted Sean Diddy Combs of the most serious charges against him, but he was convicted of prostitution-related offenses. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
The prosecution has said, we're going to ask for a lot of time here. The defense has said they're going to ask for no time. I think it's entirely possible that we could see a few months, for instance, in prison.
The judge will decide whether to release Combs while he awaits sentencing. Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty today to killing 4 University of Idaho students in 2022.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
His plea spares him a possible death sentence. The Trump administration has paused assistance to Ukraine after a check on U.S. stockpiles in light of the assistance to Israel and the attacks on Iran and the Houthis in Yemen. CBS's Charlie D'Agata.
That's a lot of weaponry, a lot of weapon systems flowing out the door.
A White House official said the review was to ensure America's needs are prioritized. Linda Kenyon reports the president's announced a trade deal with Vietnam. Vietnam.
The deal includes a minimum 20% tariff on Vietnam-made products, as well as an agreement by Vietnam to open its markets to U.S. products, including SUVs. Vietnam is a major producer of shoes and clothing, so the prices of those items could likely be affected.
The S&P 500 set another record on news of the deal today. Other stocks finished mostly flat. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A death in Stamford is under investigation. Police responded to Avery Street and Cove Road shortly before 2 p.m. yesterday for a man passed out inside a vehicle. A local resident, 43-year-old Mark Pagetri, was pronounced dead at the scene. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Stamford Police Crimes Against Persons Squad C. A Bridgeport teenager charged in a fatal hit-and-run crash told police he fled the scene because he was scared, according to a warrant for his arrest. 16-year-old Anthony Gutierrez Silva is charged with evading responsibility and negligent homicide with a motor vehicle in the June 21st crash. Police say Silva was driving his stepfather's BMW X5 when he hit a moped driven by 25-year-old Juan Tista. Silva does not have a license, only a learner's permit, and told police he was so scared he panicked and drove away. Yesterday, Bridgeport announced that Pleasure Beach has been closed for the season due to the large number of ticks that have been found. Among the numerous tick species was the Asian longhorn tick, an invasive species which, according to Jessica Snyder from Partners in Lyme, can carry a variety of different diseases aside from Lyme disease.
The beaches are really a danger zone for us. The Asian longhorn tick was spotted in Fairfield on the beaches. Those ticks bring particular syndromes or diseases that we also need to be aware of.
The city is currently treating Pleasure Beach and is hopeful it can reopen for summer of 2026. And Stamford's annual 4th of July fireworks show is happening tonight. The party starts just about an hour from now, 6 o'clock at Cummings Beach, with the fireworks themselves happening at 9. Stratford will also be having their fireworks celebration this evening at Short Beach, and Westport will have theirs at Campo Beach. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident remains. Exit 16 has things backing up into Stamford. We do have a secondary accident reported near exit 12. And on the Parkway northbound, congestion delays aplenty through New Canaan and through Norwalk. On Route 8 northbound, we have congestion delays through Shelton and through Derby from an earlier issue that looks like it's been cleared. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Northbound side, plenty of company through Milford and Orange. And on 84 eastbound, on the brakes going through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, BridgelightAdvisors.com. Ned Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow with a high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Fourth and Pine Lauer, glad to have you hanging out with us here at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Governor Ned Lamont continues to get hammered, not from the Republicans. In fact, the Republicans are kind of keeping quiet about this. What's that old phrase? If your opponent's destroying him or herself, you don't do anything. You sit back and let him talk and let him speak. But we have state legislators again, a lot of them here, taking shots at Governor Ned Lamont, State Rep Roland Lamar a few days ago. People talking about an post he made rather on Facebook. At the end of the day, he, meaning the governor, is just the governor of Greenwich and associated lands. Oh, man, they are mad at the Nedster. How dare he veto a housing bill because he hates people. He's a white hater of people. Man. Jason Rojas sending out, I guess, something he told the Hartford Business Journal. So I asked the question today to start off with a question that's still there at 203-333-9422. Should Connecticut Democrats be worried? And when I mean Democrats, the people who like Lamont, I mean the guy's got like between a 52, 53 and like a 63% approval rating. So a lot of people like the guy, which I guess is a good swath to have, mostly Democrats, I guess some Republicans, some independents. So should Democrats, the normal ones in the state, be worried about Governor Lamont possibly losing a primary challenge to a left-leaning progressive challenger? I think it could happen. Is Ned in trouble all of a sudden? But the amount of, and you Democrats out there, listen to me, for the amount of you acting like it's the end of the world with this housing bill, get a life, okay? Well, what do you know? You're just a talk show host. We're the lawmakers. Yeah, I'm not saying I can do your job. I'm not saying that. But you sound like fools. Do you understand that? Listen to yourselves. Read what you're saying. The stuff that's been said by Julie Kushner and Bob Duff and Martin Looney and Roland Lamar and now Jason Rojas. Stop it. Act like adults. Say, okay, we're going to work with the governor in this special session coming up, and we'll do another bill like the governor wants. But see, they're mad now because they know they can't arm twist Ned here because Ned's going into a re-election, likely, but we don't know that. But my God, act like adults. Like one of our callers earlier in the show, Anne Marie said, can you imagine if you or I badmouthed our bosses like this? If I did that and said the stuff about my bosses here at Connoisseur that Democrats are saying about Ned Lamont, there'd be, it'd be the, 10 minutes after I said it, it'd be the Chris Williams show. Where's Paul? Well, he's not here anymore. Bob in Weston's here. Hello, Bob. How are you?
Hey, Paul. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
First of all, just imagine Jonathan Steinberg being the governor. Second of all, we are so lucky to have Ned Lamont in all pretty much Democratic state.
Yeah.
The guy doesn't need this.
What?
He's a successful, smart, wealthy guy. And the CR, you know what, that he has to take
from
his own constituents.
Oh.
They're crazy. What do they want to do? Get Greta Thunberg in there?
This, Bob, is what infuriates the lawmakers and the Democratic majority, because I'm guessing Ned's probably saying, yeah, whatever. No, I'm vetoing it, and I'm worth a few $100 million, so come after me, you know?
No. I mean, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
I mean, we're lucky to have a smart, intelligent guy like him running the ship, really. You know,
and it just, and Bob, thank you for the call and thank you for hanging on. Appreciate that, Bob in Weston there. Yeah, doesn't mean I agree with the guy all the time. I criticize him a lot, but he said, amid all these people going nuts and crazy in his own party, he sounds like the adult in the room. Are they upset with him? Sure, But you show a little respect. And just because the guy did what a governor can do and veto a bill doesn't mean you dump on him. All right, a lot more coming up a few seconds away from Dan Haar. He joins us straight ahead from Hearst, Connecticut Media right here.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Experience unparalleled customer satisfaction at Sono Collision, where our excellence in service meets top-notch repair to restore your beloved vehicles. When you choose us, you're choosing supreme expertise that ensures flawless results. Be it minor dent or major damage, our skilled team breathes life back into your car. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
You are listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Flaming Hot Sevens and Scorching Hot Sevens scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery have top prizes of $50,000 and $100,000. With lucky number 7, it may be your chance to get on a hot streak. Play Flaming Hot Sevens and Scorching Hot Sevens today. Overall odds by game: Flaming Hot Sevens 1 in 3.71, Scorching Hot Sevens 1 in 3.59. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline: call 888-789-7777.
For quick and convenient care, visit Hartford Healthcare Urgent Care today. From cold and flu symptoms, routine immunizations, physical exams, and even x-rays, our urgent care locations are open 7 days a week to fit your busy schedule. With 9 locations across Fairfield County, it's easy to find an office nearest your home, work, or school. Walk in today for same-day appointment or visit hartfordhealthcareurgentcare.org to find a location and save your spot online.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound accident remains. Exit 16 has things backing up into Stamford. We do have a secondary accident reported near exit 12. And on the Parkway northbound, congestion delays aplenty through New Canaan and through Norwalk. On Route 8 northbound, we have congestion delays through Shelton and through Derby from an earlier issue that looks like it's been cleared. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Northbound side, plenty of company through Milford and Orange. And on 84 eastbound, all the brakes going through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. Nash Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Now on WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Speaking of Connecticut, is it time for a little nutmeg version of Mom Donnie Fever? Yeah. I got to tell you, for people like me And my buddy Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media, joining us right now. This is like manna from heaven. Oh, God, is this great. Dan, how are you? How you been?
Great. I don't know about manna from heaven. We would like a nice, quiet summer.
All right, maybe I went over the rails a little bit, but you wrote a very interesting piece. You chatted with some people, including Connecticut's top Democrat, on this win by Mr. Mamdani, who ran a very skilled campaign. So who did you talk to, Dan, and what did they say?
Well, I talked with a few people, but I focused on the comments by what I call Connecticut's top Democrat, Danbury Mayor Roberto Alves, who is the Democratic state chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is the elected Democratic governor Ned Lamont the top Democrat? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But Roberto Alves has a great perspective on political strategy as both a mayor of a city, not a large city, but a city, and as the newly appointed last year chief of the Democratic Party. His view is not let us take the Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani
yeah.
and place him in a box in a corner and say he's not one of us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There are two ways to look at this. One is to say this guy Mamdani has ideas that don't represent what we think should happen,
mm-hmm.
and which allow Republicans to paint the Democrats as extremists. Which is what the Republicans are doing. And the other way of looking at it is, gee whiz, nobody else in the Democratic Party is able to sign up millions of new voters. Why don't we listen to this guy and hope that we can, as Mayor Alves said, educate those voters, get them under the tent, and then educate them. Let them become lifetime Democratic voters. So that's the debate. And, of course, Mamdani is making it easier by, as we would expect, attempting to soften his image in the many media interviews that he's doing after last Tuesday's surprise victory.
But you do point out in the piece, Dan, I thought quite skillfully, that if this guy is going to want to achieve some of his ideas that may be sellable to people, you know, he does have a few rough edges there that he has to make a choice on. Does he moderate himself or does he modulate himself? Because, you know, he's going to be looked at and examined here with a magnifying glass and a fine-tooth comb here. So I wonder how this plays out over the long, hot summer coming up here.
Yeah, the issue isn't only that he's going to be looked at with a microscope, because what happens in the city of New York is of limited need, of limited importance to us. Like we've all seen here in the very adjacent state where a very good portion of Connecticut is actually part of New York, you know, Greenwich and Stamford and New Canaan. Those are basically exurbs, suburbs, and edge cities to New York. Stamford is a New York edge city, right? Let's be real here. It's not a New England city. It's an edge city of New York.
Yeah.
Same as Paterson, New Jersey, and Newark. And so and so we've seen that unbelievably ineffective New York mayors don't really screw up Connecticut too badly. So the issue is, what does it do to the Democratic Party having this guy as the standard bearer of the largest city?
Yeah.
And so in that regard, you referred to, and I would articulate here, his refusal to condemn the harshest of the anti-Israel slogans, right? With, you know, specifically globalize the Intifada, right? And for listeners who don't know, the Intifada refers to the violent uprisings that occur from time to time by the Palestinians against the Israelis, and that globalize the Intifada is a call to violence. And for Mamdani to not, when asked, he does go as far as to say that's not language I use.
Yeah, okay.
And he goes as far as to say that he will, as mayor, seek to increase, not decrease, anti-Semitic education and action against anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah.
So he's saying those things correctly, but he simply will not say that slogan, globalize the Intifada, is unacceptable. And that, of course, has brought scorn from the likes of House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries of Brooklyn,
yeah,
who's not known as an especially conservative Democrat.
Mr. Leader Jeffries, you could tell he had, as my people like to say, Dan, he had the agita face there. And yeah, in fact, I was watching over the weekend, and Kristen Welker on Meet the Press, if you've seen the video, she gave him like 3 chances to basically, dig himself out of a hole, and he refused to. And I'm like, well, okay, all right.
I got to tell you, I wrote the column mostly over the weekend, and I was mostly done. And I had not focused on that question of that intifada issue.
Sure.
Because, to be honest, he said it in one interview with somebody a few weeks back.
Yeah.
And I was willing to say, look, this guy's an extremist in terms of some of his economic policies.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not an extremist, but far to the left. But let's just take that other issue off the table, because he couldn't have meant that. And then, of course, comes the Meet the Press interview you referred to with Kristen Welker, and it's right back up there in Monday morning's headlines, and I did, in fact, focus on that to some extent.
Yeah, before we get to the so-called big, beautiful bill, just quickly, I'm going to sound like Dan Har, a cheap Saturday afternoon movie trailer. Could it happen here? Could we have maybe in this cycle? If the governor says, I want to run again, is there enough? And we've talked about this before, but man, do you have any change of thought here that a Mamdani type could erupt here in Connecticut or not?
Yeah, you know what it takes for a Mamdani type to erupt in Connecticut?
Ballot access.
You know what that would take? No.
Money.
Ballot access.
Money.
No.
The convention.
No, it would take a Mamdani type being in Connecticut running for office, and there ain't none. Right now, we've got Josh Elliott, my friend Josh Elliott, the progressive Democrat, who's openly and vociferously unhappy with the centrist direction of the Governor Lamont.
Yeah.
And he's an excellent policy thinker. Josh Elliott. You say what you will about his politics, but he's not a democratic socialist, and he's not a firebrand.
No.
He's a very smart, very thoughtful, progressive Democrat. That's not the same thing as Mamdani. We don't have a Mamdani in Connecticut. So in order for there to be a Mamdani in Connecticut, there would have to be a Mamdani in Connecticut. And again, this is to take nothing away from Josh Elliott or any of the other liberals. They're just this is not a tradition that exists right now in this state.
No, you're right. Finally, the so-called, as the White House dubs it, you wanted to touch on the so-called big, beautiful bill. They twisted enough arms in the Senate. J.D. Vance did what he did. They're trying to twist arms in the House, albeit with a very thin margin. What are your thoughts about the minute we have left on that?
Well, I think everyone in the world believes that the president is going to get it through the House. They had to buy Alaska with Senator Murkowski, and they're going to have to do this. They're going to have to do the same thing with a few holdouts. My hope for Connecticut, and your listeners can watch for my column on this tomorrow, is that the state and local tax deduction limit is increased to $40,000 in both the House and the Senate version. That can't go away. That's not going to go away. And so that's one small benefit to Connecticut's, I would say, upper middle class, but middle class, that we hope maintains itself. And that's going to be a big help to Connecticut to the tune of $1 billion or $2 a year for our taxpayers.
Nice. We like that. We'll watch for your piece tomorrow. Dan Har, Hearst Connecticut Media, senior editor and columnist. Mr. Har, have a wonderful 4th of July weekend, and we'll chat next week, sir. Thanks.
Same to you. Don't explode any illegal fireworks.
I'll try not to. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Yeah, my fireworks, I think I held a sparkler about 10 or 15 years ago. But my days of salutes, cherry bombs, M80s, M100s, Roman candles, the little spinners that we put on the tree, those things. No. My days with those are long, long gone.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident remains. Exit 16 has things backing up into Stamford. We do have a secondary accident reported near exit 12. And on the Parkway northbound, congestion delays aplenty through New Canaan and through Norwalk. On Route 8 northbound, We have congestion delays through Shelton and through Derby from an earlier issue that looks like it's been cleared. Out in New Haven, 95 South, jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. Northbound side, plenty of company through Milford and Orange. And on 84 eastbound, all the brakes going through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Bridgelight Financial. If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least $250,000 in assets, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help you. Call 203-795-7080, bridgelightadvisors.com. Ned Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, the high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a heads up, hurricane season in Connecticut starts June 1st, but who's counting? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. This is what I do. I tell the news, but I also want to give you the heads up that if you are not ready for storm season and the potential damage it could do to your trees on your property, I want to get you connected to the people that I use at my house, and that's K&J Tree Service. Right now, my friends at K&J Tree Service are offering an exclusive storm sale to help safeguard your home and property. The team of certified arborists at K&J Tree Service, they've got you covered. And they'll show up in emergencies on weekends and holidays. During their storm sale, K&J Tree Service is now offering special discounts. Call them today at 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE. 203-248-TREE or go to their website to schedule a free risk assessment. That's kjtreeservice.com or call 203-248-TREE.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. And love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Sean Diddy Combs has been acquitted of the most serious charges against him, including racketeering. Legal contributor Caroline Polisi.
The jury was buying what the defense was selling in terms of this overarching theme that this was not coercion.
He could still face years in prison. The judge will decide whether to release him while he awaits sentencing. There's a lot of back and forth on Capitol Hill as House Republican leaders try to convince members of their own party to approve the president's spending and tax bill. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns.
We are still deep in the sausage-making process here with just a couple of days before the president's arbitrary July 4th deadline. So today is all about the wrangling.
Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty today to killing 4 University of Idaho students in 2022.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Yes.
His plea spares him a possible death sentence. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
An elderly Bridgeport resident has died in a single car crash in Stratford. Police say the unidentified 75-year-old driver crashed yesterday morning in the area of Ferry Boulevard and Barnum Avenue cutoff. The driver was rushed to Bridgeport Hospital, but they did not survive. Stratford police are trying to determine what caused the crash. Yesterday, Bridgeport announced that Pleasure Beach has been closed for the season due to the large number of ticks that have been found. Among the numerous tick species was the Asian longhorn tick, an invasive species which, according to Jessica Snyder from Partners in Lyme, can carry a variety of different diseases aside from Lyme disease.
The beaches are really a danger zone for us. The Asian longhorn tick was spotted in Fairfield on the beaches. Those ticks bring particular syndromes or diseases that we also need to be aware of.
The city is currently treating Pleasure Beach and is hopeful it can reopen for summer of 2026. A Fairfield psychiatrist is accused of sexually assaulting a patient. Police say Dr. Lazaro Pomeraniec of Westport is charged with fourth-degree sexual assault. The charge is reportedly in connection with an incident that happened involving one of his patients. Pomeraniec is free after posting $25,000 bond. Closing arguments are set for tomorrow in the murder trial of Raul Valley in Milford Superior Court. The 20-year-old Valley was 16 years old when prosecutors say he stabbed Fairfield Prep student James McGrath to death at a house party in Shelton in May of 2022. Valley testified in his own defense over the last 2 days.
At the time, I didn't know who got stabbed or where they got stabbed or when they got stabbed.
You're the one who was responsible for those stab wounds, correct?
I don't know. I guess so, yes.
Yesterday, Valley admitted under cross-examination that he stabbed the victims while trying to defend himself during a wild brawl.
And I reached in my pocket and grabbed the knife.
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
Closing arguments and the jury charge are tomorrow, with deliberations then expected to begin. Fairfield First Selectman Bill Gerber underwent surgery to remove a brain tumor after a recent diagnosis. Gerber's team tells WICC that he is recovering and in good spirits. More testing is anticipated in the coming days, and his return to the office is still unclear. Currently, Selectman Christine Vitale is serving as acting First Selectman until Gerber's return. Connecticut's U.S. senators were both no votes on President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, and both have taken it to social media to express their outrage.
I am shaking with fury over what just happened.
I'm angry. In fact, I'm furious.
Senator Chris Murphy says it's the most monstrous, immoral piece of legislation he has ever voted on in the Senate.
This bill kicks 17 million people off of their health care. There are going to be thousands of people who die in this country because they lose their access to health care.
The 50-50 tie was broken by Vice President J.D. Vance. Murphy says one single Republican senator could have stopped this abomination, saving millions of parents from watching their children go hungry. Senator Richard Blumenthal says it should be called the Big Blatant Betrayal and will cause enduring hardship to millions of Americans.
We will work as hard and long as possible to make sure every single member of the United States Senate who voted for this big blatant betrayal is held accountable.
A new law in Connecticut will now require all newborn babies in the state to be screened for congenital cytomegalovirus. The virus is the number one cause of non-genetic deafness and other major disabilities. State Department of Public Health Commissioner Manisha Juthani spoke with WTNH-TV News 8 about why this screening is so critical.
Being able to identify those young children right up front, you can then determine, is an antiviral necessary or not? Some of that we don't know right now. That's what we're going to be relying on pediatric infectious disease experts to help inform.
Connecticut is now one of only 2 states in the country that do this screening at birth, with the other being Minnesota. And Stamford's annual 4th of July fireworks show is happening tonight. The party starts in just under 25 minutes at 6 p.m. at Cummings Beach, with the fireworks themselves happening at 9. Stratford will also be having their fireworks celebration this evening at Short Beach, and Westport will have theirs at Campo Beach. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident remains. Exit 16. Slow ride starts in Greenwich. Parkway overall is only slightly better. Further ahead on 95, congestion delays aplenty. Milford through Long Wharf, and on the southbound side, you're jamming going back into West Haven. Wilbur Cross, northbound side, lots of congestion delays through Milford and Orange, and on Route 8 northbound, long line of cars. Exit 10 all the way up and over the bridge in Derby. No crash reported there right now. And 84 eastbound, you're jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog and a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, So is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, about 22 minutes or so, give or take a few seconds if you want to chime in here. We're back tomorrow, of course, off on Friday. Be careful. Don't lose any fingers. Oh, man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I don't know about you, and I mention this every year because it's a childhood memory that comes back to me. I mention this every year, but around this time, how many of us, now, look, I'm 64, so I'm getting up there now. Still feel good, and I think my brain still works pretty well. I think you can tell by most of what I say Monday through Friday from 2 to 6. However, having said that, if you're about my age, maybe mid to late 50s, early 60s, you remember that the neighborhoods, right? We all had one guy, right? Maybe two. But on your street or on your cul-de-sac or in your hood, as the youngins like to say, did you not have that one or two guys, usually one, but maybe two, like, hey, Mr. So-and-so, he gets fireworks, right? You had a, right? You had a neighborhood dealer. Now, we don't mean drugs. I'm trying to be kind of tongue-in-cheek here. But, yeah, there were people dealing drugs, and maybe there was somebody running numbers, and there was the guy, I don't know, the numbers. Maybe he hung around with some ne'er-do-wells, many of which had vowels at the end of their last names. Hey, I can say that, all right? I got my card. I can say that. But having said that, I'm not going to say who it was. I remember the house. I think I remember the last name. But, yeah, we had that one guy on the street where I lived in the Westville section of New Haven. Like, every year he got stuff. I mean, this is back to when I think you couldn't even there was a time when everything was illegal in the state, right? For fireworks. I mean, you couldn't even have sparklers, which I still wince when I see little kids waving sparklers. And I'm like, who does that? Do you realize how hot those things are? What is it, a sparkler at the point where it's sparkling because it's freaking hot? And, the kids are waving them. All right, that's great. But isn't the point of a sparkler like the combustion point like 2,000 degrees or something like that? But we had a guy, I can still see the house, friend of mine's father, who, you would walk into and, how much money do you have? Here's a couple of, and he would sell us some sparklers. There was innocent stuff. Remember salutes, right? Now, the adventurous ones in the neighborhood, just setting off one or two salutes, that's for wimps. How about the people, did you do this? Come on, you can confess to me. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Did you ever set off a brick of salutes? Just, pulling the individual salutes out of the brick. Just put a match on a brick of salutes and let it go. It's an amazing thing, isn't it? Now, my favorite of all time, I wasn't a big Roman candle guy. I mean, because they got hot. You couldn't hold on to them. God, the dumb things we did. But my favorite, bottle rockets. Oh, now, at the same time, you got to understand, I was a Class L loser nerd. So here I am, at the same time that I was building the Estes rockets, doing real model rocketry, which I want to get back into if I have any time. Love doing that. Love building the rockets and, with the balsa fins and everything and checking the center of gravity and how many engines can I put in this. Hey, we all love our toys, ladies, you know that. But at the same time I was building the legitimate rockets, come the 4th of July and you could have bottle rockets. And where was, along with a bottle, hence the term bottle rockets with the long wooden stem, you could stand them up in a bottle, right? That'd be great. And some of them would explode. Where was the next best place to launch a bottle rocket? Now think about this. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC, talk or text. I don't have any prize to give to you. But if you'd like to call or text me, and you tell me if we're thinking about the same place, the best place to launch a bottle rocket. It was every neighborhood had these, where you could have built these things were essentially your neighborhood launching pads. You know what I'm talking about here? No, not beer bottles from your uncle or your dad. Hey, the tall boys, that bottle rocket would snug right down there. You could pick the angle. No, there was a much better mode of launching here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. All of us who were little mini NASA astronauts, what was the best mode of launching your high-tech bottle rocket?
If you've been injured in an accident caused by someone else's negligence, don't bear the burden alone. The physical, emotional, and financial strains can be overwhelming. You have the right to seek compensation for all of your losses. That compensation includes medical expenses, lost wages, and damage to your vehicle, as well as compensation for the impact the accident has on your life physically and emotionally. Get Ganem Injury Lawyers. You don't have to suffer alone. George Ganem will be by your side. GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Hey Yankees fans, on Sunday, July 13th, when the Yankees take on the Chicago Cubs, take your family out to the ballpark for the chance to receive a fun, kids-friendly giveaway. It's Mo Willems, the Pigeon, 4-inch plush keychain day. The first 10,000 guests 14 and younger will receive a Mo Willems, the Pigeon, 4-inch plush keychain courtesy of Polco. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Cubs on Mo Willems, the Pigeon, 4-inch plush keychain day, Sunday, July 13th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident remains. Exit 16. Slow ride starts in Greenwich. Parkway overall is only slightly better. Further ahead on 95, congestion delays aplenty. Milford through Long Wharf, and on the southbound side, you're jamming going back into West Haven. Wilbur Cross, northbound side, lots of congestion delays through Milford and Orange, and on Route 8 northbound, long line of cars. Exit 10 all the way up and over the bridge into Derby. No crash reported there right now. And 84 eastbound, you're jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clearing this evening and overnight with areas of fog with a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and hot tomorrow, the high in the upper 80s. Friday, the holiday sunny with a high in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Live and local talk for the end of the workday. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. Live on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
I hope your workday was okay, or good, or great, or passable, or fair to middling. I just don't want you to have a bad day. We all have bad days, even doing this. Not that hearing from you was bad or whatever, but some days I'm like, I could have been better, could have done this, but it's always fun gathering with you. All right, we had one gentleman call in and said, Paul, am I thinking of using a wiffle ball bat? No. And my question is, what was the best mode, I should say, or where was the best spot in your neighborhood to launch bottle rockets from? Again, we're heading into July 4th weekend. Just about is everything in Connecticut legal now? Is it still just sparklers? I see all these roadside fireworks stands, a couple of big parking lots in my town The Walmart on Route 5 in Wally World, there's always there. They just must pay rent for a couple of weeks, whatever. But, man, if we changed years ago, you couldn't do anything. No gambling, no marijuana, no fireworks, all three of which we have. And you know what's coming? I'm telling you. Well, what else did we do? Psilocybin. So we decriminalized psilocybin. We legalized weed. We legalized gambling. We legalized some fireworks. You know what's coming next? Hookers. Trust me. Trust me. They're going to be called sex workers. It's already legal in Nevada. So why not, you know? Could do my show remote one day from a brothel. Where are you doing your show from today, Paul? A brothel. Oh, man, the guest lineup would be pretty good. Anyway, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. All right. My question here, and I don't have any prize to give you. I will give you my love, my affection, my admiration. If you guess, at least for me, where I thought the best launching pad was for my bottle rockets, which I never bought. Somebody, like I said, the guys in the neighborhood had them, and their dads did. You know where, when you think about it, and I'm sure you've used it, right? Right? A mailbox, not a mailbox connected to the house. We don't want to start a fire. But a mailbox, you know, the mailbox out on a pole. The mailbox pole by the edge of the driveway. And where did you put the bottle rockets in? Think about it. You know, when you get the pull down the front of the traditional mailbox, where you pull that down? Well, your launching pad was you close the mailbox and you have the two tabs that you put, you know, the handle of the mailbox. So one was on the open door of the mailbox, and the other one was, you know, affixed to the top of the box. And obviously those holes were there because I guess some people used to lock those boxes up for whatever reason, or maybe you had a mail carrier who had a key for your box or whatever, or who knew the combination, whatever. But man, oh man, there was nothing better for me on a July 4th weekend. Give me a wad of those bottle rockets and a lighter, and a nice wicks, and it smelled great. I'm telling you, don't fireworks smell great? I don't know what it is, the gunpowder, whatever they use. Well, however it's made over there in China. Aren't most of these things still made in China? I guess. I don't know. Or do we have MAGA fireworks now? By the way, you know what's replacing fireworks? Did you see this? And the prognosticators are saying this is going to be the trend now for the next 5 or 10 years. Drones. Have you seen this? There are companies now, and again, remember, they set up these drones, and they bring hundreds of them, and they spend a day or two setting them up, and the drones run on a computer program, and they have the bright lights, and they can basically they don't go boom and they don't smell good. But yes, drone shows are quickly replacing the traditional fireworks show. So there you have it. I want to end on this because this to me, this warms my heart. It does. Maybe not everybody's heart, but this warms my heart. Did you see this story? University of Pennsylvania to apologize for allowing Leah Thomas to compete on a women's swim team. Remember this? Remember Leah Thomas? It was a guy. It's not a woman. And he was allowed to swim. Wasn't even transitioning. It was a guy. Frank and beans. Twig and berries. But no, he's on the women's swim team. And a lot of us, including me, are saying, what? Well, how about this? The Department of Education, led, of course, by Connecticut's own Linda McMahon, announced that the University of Pennsylvania has agreed to resolve the Title IX violations. What did I keep saying? This is a violation of Title IX connected to allowing transgender swimmer Leah Thomas to compete on the women's team. As part of the resolution deal, Penn will adopt definitions for male and females consistent with biological sex. A like I said, Twig and Berries, Beans and Franks. Restore stolen records and titles to female athletes and issue, here's the best part, personal apologies to each impacted female swimmer. Thank you. One of the swimmers, Paula Scanlon, a teammate of Thomas, who has previously expressed the emotional distress she suffered from being forced to change with a biological male in the women's locker room for an entire season. And yet the Biden White House insisted on this. It's mind-numbing. In April, the Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights ruled the University of Pennsylvania violated Title IX by allowing Thomas to compete on the women's swim team. Acting Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights Craig Traynor said at the time that Penn could face financial consequences if they don't comply. While Penn is a private school, it gets $1 billion in federal funding from the government. Good. Enough with this silly. And I'm not saying transgender people, men and women, boys and girls can't compete, but this is ridiculous. You do not violate Title IX for this. A, and you, B, and doing that, you don't allow somebody to, let alone their participation, but taking places and finishing places. No, sorry. No. Twig and Berries, Beans and Franks. Bozzy wraps it up today. Boz, how are you?
You're talking about things that used to be illegal. You can buy beer on a Sunday now, right, in Connecticut?
I think. Can you? I haven't bought beer in years.
Okay. Well, in celebrating the 49th anniversary, remember that skill our dads taught us with, I think it was a number 7 or 8 bag?
Wait a minute. What?
The trick, selling beer on Sunday. We're past the statute of limitations, right?
I think so. Yeah, go ahead.
So remember that skill our dads taught us at the deli on Sunday?
Yeah.
That number 7 or 8 bag, and then you put the bread and the rolls and everything else on top.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Oh, you mean as far as this as the strength of the bag? Okay, I got it.
Yeah. So use the strength because we put a support at the bottom, and then to hold the bread and the hot dog rolls at the top. Because we were law-abiding citizens.
These are awful heavy rolls here.
And let's not forget, you had to have the bread hot dogs sticking up. You had to make the top of the bag look interesting. It couldn't be, my father used to say with his Brooklyn accent, you can't just be the bread, boys. You got to have a few more paper towel. Get something tall. A thing of milk. Make sure you put that support, that number 7 bag support at the bottom.
How about for a Jets fan here like me, a bottle of Brioski? Let's put some of that on top, though.
My father lived on Brioski. I think he had it in his office. We had that back in Long Island. Well, listen, are you working tomorrow?
I'll
there,
be.
Right?
No. I'll be here, and then Friday they let me stay home. Yeah.
All right. Well, if I don't get to talk to you, have a nice 4th of July, and I love the deli memories. We have a lot in common.
Oh my God! Thanks, Boz. Appreciate it. There. Yeah. There's something, folks, about having had a family store or a deli. There's just I have memories. Like Boz does with his family, and a lot of you who obviously had family stores and family delis, and because it was, see, this is why, and I mentioned this before we wrap up here. To me, race or the ethnicity of a person, it's never mattered. Because growing up as a kid, every time I walked in my father's store, white customers, and among the white customers, Italians, Poles, Jews, then we had Hispanic customers. We had Asian customers. We had black customers. We had Latino. It didn't matter. And my father used to say, no, seriously, he said, their money is all good. I mean, they're customers here. We don't see anything behind. These are friends of ours. They're customers. They come. You could set your watch by them. So to me, I'm like, this is normal to me. I never could understand the hang-up people have with race. I still don't get it to this day. You want a half a pound of provolone? Okay, we'll do that. Traffic and weather together right here. The words I didn't want to hear, The words that still to this day drive fear in my heart: 2 pounds of American cheese sliced thin.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound accident remains. Exit 16. Slow ride starts in Greenwich. Parkway overall is only slightly better. Further ahead on 95, congestion delays aplenty. Milford through Long Wharf, and on the southbound side, you're jamming going back into West Haven. Wilbur Cross, northbound side, lots of congestion delays through Milford and Orange, and on Route 8 northbound, long line of cars. Exit 10 all the way up and over the bridge into Derby. No crash reported there right now. And 84 eastbound, you're jamming through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, clearing with areas of fog at a low in the mid-60s. Sunny and warm tomorrow with a high in the mid-80s. On the 4th, look for a lot of sun with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And just to wrap up on this Title IX thing with the UPenn swimmer and the Department of Education forcing Penn to apologize. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to see the phony left-wing so-called liberal women's groups like NOW and the Coalition for this and the Organization for that. Are any of them going to say we applaud the Trump Education Department for coming to this resolution with Penn? No, you won't, because they're all phony. They're phony women's groups. Every one of them, they're a bunch of phonies. Chris Williams, thank you. We're back tomorrow.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. A judge in New York just denied bond for Sean Diddy Combs. He was acquitted of the most serious charges, but convicted of prostitution-related offenses. CBS's Jerika Duncan.
When he was